Morning, everybody.
Morning.
Ready to call the meeting to order. I think Russ is on with us online, as is Keith, and Don's not going to be here, so everybody's here. What I'd like to do today is start with a review of the matrix and table 1E from that we received emailed to us to make sure that everything is correctly captured. It's a little bit confusing. Yeah. So I guess I have a bunch of comments and notes, and I don't know what you all have, but the first thing I had was that 110.17 wasn't in the matrix or table 1E, and I think that Laura caught that. So it's now in table 1E in the matrix. But I think that there's also an amendment to 120. No, is it 120? Yeah, to 120 or 110.20 that didn't get captured. And that is, I think we wanted to say that in the last clause that the parts are designed by an engineer experienced in the design, replacement of parts, or approved by the supervising electrician. The type of equipment being reconditioned. And then I think if you look in the new matrix, changes in 117, I think are correct.
Are we talking the matrix she sent?
No, well, I don't
the
know.
one today or the one that sent 2 days ago to us to review? Are they both the same?
Are they the same?
All of the changes.
So there's another one that's on your table here somewhere.
Both of them in red, they're changes from what you sent.
That's a TA. It should be the one stapled to this. So I think that's, so with that addition, I think that's correct. And then the next thing I had was, well, let's see, in 210, I asked Mike to go through the 210 stuff carefully because it's confusing. And let's see if he catches everything that I have. So you want to take the lead on that?
Sure. Mr. Chair, went home last night on this. I don't know if anyone else has spent time on it, but I was supposed to be watching a football game. It turned out not to be a football game. So I didn't miss much. The first area, we don't need to make a change yet, but we may have to address 210.8. We have to decide what we're going to do with D, and D has been tabled for right now, so we'll come back to that. Then I had a question bottom of 210.8A. Let's see if she's got it the same here in the.
Now, hang on a second. We don't have anything tabled on the matrix. So what do you think is tabled?
210.8E is tabled.
Oh, it's on the next page. Okay. Yeah, okay, sorry. It is tabled.
Thank you. I had a question. We have stricken out right here at the bottom of in the matrix or in the OESCs 210.8A receptacles installed under exception 210.8A. That's been stricken out, and I don't believe our intention was to strike that out.
So 210.52G
Not be considered
is
as
different.
Right.
Right here, this in here. Below the exception to 2, 5, 6, and 8. Page 4 of 23.
About this right here, installed under shall not be considered as meeting the requirements of 210.52G.
So, yeah, see here, it's stricken out. I don't think our intent was for it to be stricken out. It's stricken out on the updated one and the one she sent in.
And it was struck out of the,
That got moved is really what happened. No, it was in 5 before. It's is A5 now. Okay, so does everybody know what we're talking about? In this thing that just was handed out today, on page 4, at the very bottom, there's some language that is just kind of hanging there that got deleted. And it says that receptacles installed under 210-8A2, which is in garages, 5, which is in unfinished spaces of basements, 6, which is kitchens, 8, which is sinks, and 11, which is laundry areas, shall not be considered as meeting the requirements of 210-52G, which is what? Is that a spacing
Yeah,
requirement?
that's a spacing requirement. We need to have this exception in there because if someone puts a dedicated receptacle on the countertop microwave, we want to say that that doesn't count towards the duplex receptacles that serve the countertop. Okay. This exception needs to stay based upon our OESCs.
No, G only applies to basements, garages, and accessory buildings. Particularly, 210-52G is talking about the spaces in basements, garages, and accessory buildings.
Okay. It's not 52G, not 210-8G.
Yes, correct.
Okay.
Might just change that to 210-52, which would incorporate all of it.
It might have changed too, done a lot of messing around.
So the model code deleted it from number 5 in the 2023 NEC. They deleted it from number 5.
It was in the
It
model.
was, and then we added it to the exception as well. Our exception. And then they modified G.
Yeah, I wonder if we should put this modification in G. Really where it belongs, that's what the panel did. They just limited it to security systems. We would say, we could also add the exception to 210.8A. That would be exception 5. It doesn't have an exception number on it. Probably should. Laura?
That's part of my notes too. I meant to look at the file manual. It's an exception to several things, and I would assume we would call it exception 5.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah. Well, regardless, we have to have a way to refer to it. So,
Yes.
yeah. So we should make that exception 5. And then maybe what we should do with your idea is to put that language to G or just add it to G, 52G. Because that's what it is now. The language in 52G. As receptacles supplying only a permanently installed premises security system shall not be considered as meeting these requirements, but it's garages and accessory buildings, so it doesn't even really belong there either. Maybe we leave it here and we say all of 52, is that what you're saying? Any spacing requirements?
Yeah, that's what.
We'd have to leave it here if we wanted to do that. Okay, what do we want to do from a policy standpoint? Do we want to say that these single receptacles for appliances fastened in space do not need to comply with the spacing ratio, or they don't apply to the spacing ratio for anywhere in 52?
I think so.
That sounds right.
Everybody agree with that? Okay. Let's work on a language. Let's not try to craft the language right on the fly here, but we'll figure out how to do that.
Yeah, what did you say? We're gonna move that to G?
No, I think we need to leave it here
Leave it
because
there.
because G would only be basements. We just need to incorporate it into the exception.
Okay.
Okay,
All right, next on my list is next page. 10.8B8. We have damp stricken out, and my notes say that we were going to leave that in. Okay.
Through the chair, Nathan, we scratched damp out because there isn't really a definition for that, I believe is what we came to. Why we scratched it.
But didn't we leave it in A?
Yeah.
It doesn't make sense to not. Yeah, we need to be consistent. My note said we left it in B. We either need to delete it in A or leave it in B.
so damp location is not a defined term.
That's what I remember the concern was for residential, for the interior of the residence.
Here's the definition of damp location. Location is protected from weather and not subjected to saturation with water and other liquids, but subject to moderate degrees of moisture. Examples of such include partially protected locations under canopies, marquees, roofed open porches, and the like. Interior locations subject to moderate degrees of moisture, such as some basements, some barns, and some cold storage ware.
Just recall Russ speaking in favor of wanting to leave it.
Wanting to leave it?
Wanting to leave it, and there wasn't a lot of part-time landing. Leave it.
I have that we just did model code.
We just followed model code.
That's what I have, reject Oregon model code on 210A or B8.
That's what I have too. Also, leave model code.
My next area was 14, right after 14, the exception we need for style manual information, we need to number that exception. Either floating in front of 1.
Yeah, I saw that too. That I want to be exception 6. They're down in the list.
7, you mean?
7 of them, yeah. And they were doing that for a while, putting them in the body.
Yep, then they moved them all.
I think that's right. Either both ways, yeah. Yeah, that's because not everybody followed it. Okay,
I mean, it is right after 14, but then it's confusing that it's before exception 1.
yeah, exactly.
Uh, 210.8D was tabled, we'll come back to that. 210.8F, I had a note that you had language to propose for that. But I also wanted to talk about this a little bit. And I talked to the chair about receptacles, if I protected, right? And I wish my manufacturer friends were here to hear me say this, but I'm not sure why, going to the extent of making receptacles on commercial buildings, and we're talking receptacles, not outlets, if I protected, but we're not going to make it or require it on dwellings. 120 volt outlets are based upon A and B, outdoor outlets. We've stricken 250 volt from that language, so the 250 volt receptacles themselves wouldn't. Well, I believe we're going to make receptacles on commercial buildings GFI protected, we should make receptacles, 250 volt receptacles on dwellings GFI protected also.
I'd be okay with that. Take a look at what's happening in Portland in terms of tiny homes. Oftentimes we're seeing RV receptacles put on side of buildings as well. Dwellings that is, to attach to a tiny home at that point, or a home on wheels. So again, I have a safety concern with that cord being unprotected or basically just laying there, possibility of damage. That's the initial proposal for the food cart as well, that not only the food cart's in question, but the cord attaching or going out that plug is of concern.
So to answer, but on the RV receptacle, we have an informational note in 210.8F. It says it doesn't apply to specific receptacles that are regulated by other sections of this code, which would be the RV receptacle. So that still wouldn't have to be GFI protected.
Correct. But at the same time, I see that there's a concern there, a safety concern that probably should be protected.
How can we police want us to come out 50 amp RV receptacle and no equipment there? So we have to identify that circuit as being RV, but yet they pack in a tiny one and plug it in.
That's the exact concern.
We won't.
is
Yeah,
we don't know
need-
what's going on out there.
Yeah.
So why don't we protect it?
Yet if they call it an RV receptacle, we know that.
So it is a concern.
Well, it's interesting that in the model code, they actually restricted this to dwelling units only. And it wasn't that way in the 20 cycle.
To the chair, it looks like 250 volts was not only in section A, but section B that we struck out.
Right, but we've
But the model
modified,
code actually had-
we've modified outlets
Right.
for receptacles for commercial in this section, what we've done.
But we're talking about F right now.
Correct.
So F did change it to outlets, but they restricted it to dwelling units.
To dwelling units, yeah.
Which we don't want to do. I agree. I mean, that's what we did last cycle was we took out dwelling units, left it to all. Now we have to take out I think what we had in the previous cycle is probably what we want again. I mean, it exactly the language we want, I think. I mean, you have to amend it a little bit, like you just delete for dwellings. Or just say all outdoor outlets other than those. We're not going to say other than those covered in the exception. We deleted that. That are supplied by single phase branch circuits rated 150 volts or less to ground. 50 amperes or less shall be provided with GFCI protection for personnel, and not a colon, a period. That's, I think, if we amended the 23 language, we'd end up with the same language that we had in the last cycle. So, and I don't know about the informational note. It's not enforceable. So, it just says that 551 takes precedence, which it does. So I don't know what you do about the problem you were talking about. That was a problem. You don't know what people are going to plug in. They tell you what it is, then. Although in this case, it would be required to be covered anyway. So if they can tell you it's an RV, then you could say, okay, then I don't have the GFCI. Okay. Okay. So, and had we tabled this?
Nope.
Okay. And what did we do?
The language you see is approved, and I was just concerned that it only applied to commercial spaces. Do we want to break or lunch, come up with language that we come back to this?
No, I think
Looking for the OESC.
it's one of these versions.
I know, I got so much more.
The receptacles, all outdoor general purpose receptacles for other than, we should delete the for other than dwelling.
I agree.
That's all. which is the same thing. That I think gets us back to the same place. And
For receptacles not out.
we did get the period,
Not out.
Right.
but we just delete for other than dwelling. Covers it. Yep. Are you with us? I had sent you that. I think it does the same thing. In fact, I think we end up at the same place, so. That's what we want. We want dwellings and, but we did say for other than dwelling units previously. Today, we've decided not to say that. We want it for everything. Okay, is all those in favor of striking for other than dwelling units from the amendment to F that we did last time, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Hey, Russ, you there?
It's hard to hear you guys, but I'm here. I'm catching about half of what you guys are saying.
Yeah, that was a problem. Does everybody have their mics on? Okay. I mean, you can leave your mic on if you want, unless we get feedback. Well, just speak up if you need some help, just holler out, because so can't see the Zoom screen.
From what I understand just happened, sounds like you guys added dwellings back into 210.50 or 210.8F.
That's correct. So it covers all occupancies.
That's outlets, that's receptacles or outlets.
Outdoor receptacles.
Okay.
Is that right?
Yeah, receptacles.
But is that what we got? Yes.
Okay.
But I do have a question. So this was speaking to garages that have floors located below grade. Original text is what I'm talking about. Accessory buildings, which I believe accessory buildings is already in the text of A and B. And boathouses. So is boathouses may not be outdoors, right?
We deleted all that.
I know we deleted all that, but we don't want to delete boathouses, any receptacle in a boathouse being GFI protected.
Well, it was outdoor. Previously.
But if you're in a boathouse, are you outdoors or are you indoors?
Well, I don't know, you should have brought that up at the panel. Pardon? I mean, it's in the model code. Well, is a boathouse outdoors?
No, but it's opened and a little hard.
That's my pick.
Through the chair, Nathan. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Does struck out in 210.8A then?
I don't understand the question.
210.8A, we struck out through 250 volts, and then it's just single phase 15 and 20 amp for dwelling units, right? Would that contradict what we just did in F?
Well, I think. Why did we take out other than those covered in 210.8A exception 1? What is that? Because that are not easily readily accessible.
For snow melting.
So we now want those to be GFCI protected.
From 210.8A, that's just all those
Just
receptacles.
Just exception 1.
It says 125.
Well, there's also the boathouses are down in there too. For those that would cover
110s,
the
but not the
110s.
220s.
But we got rid of all the, it would just be, you're right, it would. If you got rid of boathouses on the spec here, you could say anything on the outside of the boathouses. The way I would read that is the one section just for the outside plugs and the other sections for all. So if you want to protect those boathouses on the inside and the outside, it looks like it'd have to be specified in both sections.
Yeah, right now, the way I read it, boathouses are protected because they're in A, but only 120 volt because we're
Right.
restricting 250 volt.
Right,
Outside would be covered because outside is outside.
right,
So the only thing not covered is inside a boathouse, a 250 volt
two
receptacle.
fifty volt, yeah.
And also
Well, the
inside a
outside.
garage that has a floor located below grade level and an accessory building.
Yeah.
Accessory buildings, I think, are already in.
They're in B, but I don't know if they're in A, are they?
Number 2.
What is this? Oh, yeah, okay.
Yeah, accessory buildings. So we're
But
we're
only,
good
but
there.
only 110. Not two, only 120 volt. We want to expand the requirement for 240 volt in these areas, garages and accessory buildings. I think we decided we didn't want to do. I mean, previously in residential.
Yeah,
Right,
but in hindsight, I'm thinking 250 volt receptacles in those areas, we've got, I'm not so concerned about the accessory buildings, but boathouses and garages were wet concrete floors and near water.
Okay, so in that case, we're saying that what we think this all should say is all outdoor outlets other than those covered in 210.8A exception 1, which are the snow melting stuff that was already decided by the model code that they don't need to be fault protected, including outlets installed in the following locations, supplied by single phase branch circuits up to 50 amps, shall be protected with GFCI protection. That picks up garages, accessory buildings, boathouses in all occupancies. Yep. And then, but we don't want the next sentence that says if it's replaced, you have to provide GFCI protection. Because we thought that was too hard to enforce. And we do want the exceptions. GFCI protection shall not be required on lighting outlets other than those covered.
We don't need that.
We don't need that.
That's outlets, not receptacle.
Okay. And GFCI protection shall not be required for listed HVAC equipment.
That's an outlet, not a receptacle.
Okay. We don't need that. So we're adopting the model code, except we're deleting, we're going back, way backwards now. Okay.
and we're also back to, is there an issue with supply,
With what?
with supply of these GFCI breakers? That was a big issue, why we were saying no also, because we were concerned can we get these?
How many, for my company, we can ask Bear and these guys too, Park and others, how many receptacles are we installing outdoors? Actual receptacles. I don't install.
Yeah, I'm just asking, because that was one of our biggest issues was those breakers. So,
The outlets, we do a ton of, but not the receptacles. And the reason I bring this up is receptacles, you can plug a cord into it, and now we've got a customer that may have a cord that gets ran over, has a bad cord. That does warrant probably needing GFCI protection.
I'm not saying it's a bad idea. I'm asking, do we need to take into consideration
Well,
supply?
we probably need a general rule about these supply chain issues that are persisting, that go beyond this particular product. There are other things that are in the code that we currently can't get, even though they're required. And I think what the chief has been telling people is essentially, and all the local inspectors, do the best you can do. I mean, that's kind of what it all boils down to. This would fit into that same. Priority. Otherwise, we're gonna have to go back and remove a lot of other stuff.
Yeah, no, I don't think that would affect, when you put that in your own world, I was like, okay, I can get around this.
Yeah.
But I didn't know some bigger entity, bigger cities and stuff, if this would be really detrimental to them if they couldn't.
Well, we got
That's what,
that number 1, number 2 cities. I mean, that's side by
yeah,
side.
does that create a problem? For supply, or does that create a problem also now where a whole lot of things can't happen?
I mean, some of it, but we just figure out a way to work with
Yeah,
the
okay.
contractor. I mean, we have to, right? They gotta.
Yeah.
Like, for example, we talked about before is meter packs. That's just a
don't
no problem for them, right?
Okay.
So they set pound boards and just kind of. They just do 1-point metering. Several meters. Just, just put a TCO on the project until they get to supply.
The requirement the outdoor outlets we put in last cycle for the food carts has been in place, and I know there's been a lot of food carts installed in Eugene and in Portland. So they must be getting them for those. Have you been hearing they can't get those breakers?
They've been able to obtain those.
Same in Eugene?
I mean, I think every once in a while we're on a short.
Okay. Good. So, so what we're doing with F now is we're deleting for dwellings at the beginning of the sentence. And we're deleting the sentence that says if equipment supplied by an outlet covered under requirements is replaced, and the two exceptions below it. We're deleting all of that. We're leaving the 3 occupancy
And our informational number.
and our information. Okay. What else? What other mischief do you have there?
Well, this one, we don't have, I'm just curious if anyone else kind of looks at it the same way, and I've got a suggestion, we'll see if it fixes it better. So back up one frame to 210-8E, equipment requiring servicing. It says GFI protection shall be provided for receptacles required in 210.63, which is servicing outlets. Then we say, which is this outlet is required for servicing the equipment.
For HVAC.
Yeah, right, okay.
And then we turn around and say, exception, receptacles installed indoors in dwelling units shall not be required by GFSF protection unless otherwise required. The requirements is there to say we're required to do them. So I'm a little confused by it. I would offer that we say, our exceptions say receptacles installed indoors in dwelling units to meet this requirement shall not be required to be GFI protected unless otherwise required in 210-8A and C.
Okay. A little clearer.
I'm just makes a little bit more sense to me because we're saying the code says you have to do it, and then we're saying unless it's not required. Well, the code says it's required, so we don't have to change it. I just want to talk.
You remember what we were doing? We're saying that if you have a unit in a closet and there's a receptacle in the hallway, you could use that receptacle without GFSF.
Right.
That was the intent.
Right. I just think our exception doesn't word well.
Yeah.
We're saying unless it's required.
Yeah.
But it is required.
Yeah. Okay, well, I'm fine with your amendment if you put it in writing and get it to her, or explain it in a way that she can get it fast enough.
But we've accepted this, so we'd have to motion to reopen this, right?
We have a motion to reopen. All those in favor?
Aye. But Laura, my proposal is on our exception, after the word units, we would add the verbiage to meet this requirement. Then after otherwise required, we would add in 210-8, paren A, paren C. Okay. Perfect.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, that's good.
Our next area of concern, Laura did an outstanding job. I don't envy her to follow her. 210-12C, we need to get study rooms added. You got that on the next catch? Okay.
Guess I should turn this on. So I'm trying to adopt a formalized way for the table. And instead of saying 5 is deleted, I'm striking bathrooms and then putting not adopted by the state of Oregon so that we don't have to worry about renumbering or anything. So you'll see that from now on.
Okay. Okay, got it.
210-52E3, did you get the measurement part in there? I didn't, you did? I'm sorry, I was reviewing the one you sent 2 days ago, so, okay.
Oh, is it right though, from the outside of the wall, the outside of the framing member? Don't think that's right. So from the outside of the wall to the outside of the deck. Or not
Yeah.
required to have additional acceptable installed. Yeah. Outside of the wall to the outside of the deck. I think the framing member was the wall.
I couldn't remember what we said, but
To Chair, it'd be nice to have some sort of reference to deck, balcony, or porch.
I can't quite agree.
To the Chair, it'd be nice to have some sort of reference to deck, balcony, porch in front of that framing member. A balcony framing member, a deck framing member. Something to quantify the framing member.
Well, I think what it's gonna say now is from the outside of the wall, the outside of the deck. If there's a curtain wall on there, you would be measuring from the outside of the curtain wall. Because what we want to capture is the width of the deck.
Correct.
Now, if you're there on rough in and the curtain wall is not on and the framing, you're gonna have to plans and see what,
Usually we ask a clarifying question. Is this,
what's gonna get built here.
what's going to get built here?
Okay,
The only other thing I had is just for cleanup, and she may be on this, 21052C2. We've got old OESC language in there, stricken out. I've stricken it out. We don't need that because we've adopted model code there.
I changed it to say, just for the board's review, to say rescind no longer necessary on 210, on the
Okay.
table 1E,
All right.
and just show the new language too.
what we did.
All right.
Okay,
Then
that's
we
it.
just got the table items.
Okay, I have one little itty bitty nitpick on 210.8A5. I think what we wanted to say is unfinished portions or areas of basements not intended as habitable. Or as the basement. Good language. And if I have anything else.
That was 210.85.
Yeah,
And what's your language?
just there's delete the word the before basement and make
Okay.
basement plural. Areas of basements.
Okay.
Just, and the rest of this got so confused that
well, we're here on 210.8A, these list items. I'm still hung up on, we approve model code language on the damp and the wet location for dwelling units. But over on 210.8B in the list, item 5, we did not approve damp locations. So we're still inconsistent on our list. Why
It's in B.
did we cross
In
out?
eight.
Why did we
It's in 8,
8B,
8B8.
8B8,
We just,
we've retained
yes.
not, we've retained canceling out damp, the word damp. No?
That's what we did. That's what my conversation started with today. That was, she had it struck out. She wasn't sure. We've left it in to match A.
Okay, so we are consistent on both lists. Okay. All right, so we're enforcing damp locations.
Yeah.
Okay,
My confusion was because the proposal didn't include that Mike Stone had. So I was worried that I got it wrong.
okay. We, 210.70 is table, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, then, all that. Okay, let's see, 210.12D. Other occupancies. Did we intend to not adopt that whole section? I didn't, that's not what I had in my notes, but
I'm sorry, which one?
210.12D. So arc fault protection for other occupancy. I had conflicting.
Line 7.
I just had my notes were unclear. I just want to make sure that
72.
70. Yeah.
Through the chair. Yes, Nathan, that was the intent I remember, was to not adopt the whole section because these occupancies are generally supervised by fire alarms and other things.
Okay, and then I think because the section numbers change. And then the next section, E, we have our organ amendments. Right, okay. And let's see.
Good chair.
Yes,
Something I'd like to also bring up is, before we get too far away, is in 210.8B, number 13, on the aquariums.
Yeah.
I was kind of thinking about that, and, we adopted it, but there be a possibility if they used a single receptacle in that time instead of being GFI protected, because of the valuation of, the aquarium, the fish, the style of fish, that if that GFI ever tripped.
okay, well, so you want to reopen that one?
I would like to reopen it.
Okay, so there's motion to reopen 210.8B13, I think. Right, citation. All those in favor?
Right.
Opposed? Okay, and you want
Yeah, just amend it so it's that you could use a single receptacle instead of a GFI.
on all of those items or just aquariums?
Aquariums is what I was looking at.
Okay,
So we would add, the chair, sorry, exception 7, we would just say something like, exception to number 13, if I protection shall not be required for a single receptacle serving an aquarium, or something like that.
the exception 8, right?
We've added one.
Well, we changed 14, 1 to 14.
Oh, that's right. That's right. Yeah.
Do you want to look at that exception number 7? Because I changed the language. I added laundry areas. I'll show it to you.
Okay, so 7 is now restricted to laundry areas. We did that.
Is that right? Okay, good.
We did do that, I think.
With the style guide, right?
With what?
But to go with the style that they're going with, the style guide. Instead of saying exception to 14.
Yeah, but the adding of laundry areas. Look, that wasn't in the previous edition, so okay. Yeah. So is that what we want for the existing exception? We're limiting that to laundry areas, not any other appliance that's in a dedicated area. Okay. And now we want to do another exception, exception 8, which would be an exception to 13. Probably ought to put those in order. So make 7, 8, and single receptacles serving aquariums shall not be required to be
Yeah, the aquariums, you know, even the bait wells that are serving those aquariums. Should be, even the bait wells serving those. Even the bait wells that are serving those aquariums should be dedicated also if. Because that's the food supply for them.
Okay. Well, what about similar open aquatic vessels, such as tanks, bowls? So it's all of them.
I would presume so.
Okay. So you want to say GFCI, the exception would say GFCI protection shall not be required for single receptacle serving any of the items in
13.
Okay, any discussion?
I know they brought up, because this is gonna be like down at the Waka where they got those big bait wells out there. I mean, that's gonna apply to that as well. So I mean, I know you're talking aquariums, like in an aquarium store and bait wells there. You know, it's gonna apply across the board. I'm just throwing that out there. And it might, you know, we're gonna be in some very wet locations, like on docks where they have those big bait wells and stuff like that are all gonna apply. And I'll go where we want to go.
About in indoor locations.
What's that?
About in indoor locations.
I like that.
Yeah, I mean, it still picks up like the Newport Aquarium,
True.
which maybe that ought to be included. I don't know if that ought to be included or not. I mean, to some extent, it's more of a worker safety thing. Or it gets very difficult if you try to put a size on.
No, I agree. I'd prefer indoor over not having indoor, even if it did bring in the aquarium. The aquarium's got to make their own decision on public safety.
Yeah.
You got water and salt and everything else, you know, to think about
Yeah, I was
erosion and
I was contemplating the thing about accessible to the general public, but I don't think that really works because like the lobby in a building would be accessible to the general public. Would want to have this exception apply there. Right? Okay, so what do we have now? We've got GFCI protection shall not be required for single receptacle.
The chair, would we put that same wording in there that,
In indoor location.
yeah, but that same wording where like we
The
label
word-
them now,
Yeah.
not
Wait, wait,
GFCI protected.
One at a time.
Where we do that, right now we have that exception where we it's single receptacle and we label it not GFCI protected. Would we need to put that wording in this too?
Well, we could do that. We could, you just say if the receptacle is labeled as not GFCI.
For the word A, you could insert indoor, Laura, maybe might work right there.
Right here.
If that works. No. Or indoor
Single
single
receptacle
receptacle.
installed in.
Okay. Back up.
Single receptacle installed in an indoor location serving.
Serving an indoor aquarium.
So do we need A, B, and C in the list items that we put there instead of? Randy wants it. Randy wants C on there.
We just want C. I think you can just put if the one that's in C. Yeah.
Just see.
I think you want exception 7 to say to 13 and exception 8, which is also labeled 7 to say to 14. Or it's, they got the wrong numbers. Yeah, one's to 13 and one is to.
I think by adding the location and the exception, that's how they moved them.
Okay, okay, okay. I'll go along with that. Okay. Meanwhile, back at the ranch. Okay, so on the alcoves, we did move the definition to 100, right? And then on the 230-43, I think the exception, the exception should say items 13 and 15 are limited to use on traffic control devices. And make it a little clearer what that's mean. Follow that.
Just delete and highway lighting poles.
It currently says are limited to traffic control devices, and it should say to limited to use on traffic. Then 220. Oh, in the in the table 1E, the following 240.6D is 220.24E, and it should be 240.24E. I think it's also incorrect in the matrix. At least it was. Fixed in the matrix, but not in table 1E.
220 is supposed to be 240, right?
240, yeah. That. Laura? Got it?
Yeah.
Okay. Let's see, I was looking at 250.118A. I don't know, it's definitely doesn't fit the style manual. It's really more of an exception, but I couldn't figure out how to write it exactly. So somebody has a better idea, we could entertain it later. It's not very elegantly done, but hasn't been a problem with enforcement, I guess. I mean, people don't enforce that as including, for example, something that's not directly on the roof, but is associated with a piece of equipment that is on a rooftop. We're talking about conduits laid on the roof.
Right.
I don't really say that, but okay. Hasn't been an issue for contractors. You haven't heard that, have you, Keith?
I haven't heard anything, any complaints, no.
Okay, then 300.9, we have this exception on physical protection, and it was not in the matrix previously. I don't know if that matters. The matrix, does it die with when our work is done, or do we want it to be right?
I'll add it.
Okay. And then there's a whole bunch of stuff on that page further down, 337.30, 338.24, 338.24, 330, 348.30, 350.30.
I added that all in 172. And line item 172. I just listed all
Oh, you
of
just
those
listed them.
sections.
Okay, great. Got it. and all the way to 390.
I, question on so the requirement for the
Keith,
listing of the cable ties. Yes, is key. Is the one on the cable tie requirement? Can we put something in some place required to be listed in the code that Oregon doesn't require that? You know, just so we catch it all through the whole code, so that we're not hitting so many sections and making the, you know, adding to the length of the table 1E.
not sure. We would do that exactly. Well, she did it in the matrix, but not in the table 1E.
Okay, I just wanted to throw it out there.
I don't know if we would want to do that. Let's think about that. That's a good idea if we can figure out how to implement it. I'm just not sure how to do that. We'll think about that one. The next one is on it's on page 14 of the old matrix. I don't know what it is on. It's labeled 49049 reconditioned switchgear, and it's 495. Now, I think 49049 is over 1,000 volts. I think that got moved into 495. Might be ahead of where we got to.
Yeah, we haven't got there yet.
There is no 49049 anymore, right? Yeah. Yeah, it was in the over 1,000 volt section. Got a note on 500.8a. We can cover this when we get to these things. Okay, that's all I had. So we're now ready to start on the matrix. Anything we want to do before we start actually moving forward? So, well, I guess we should do the tabled items next, right? So that would be 210.8D. Did we cover that? It was tabled.
And 56 on the matrix.
And 56 on the matrix.
No,
We haven't done that yet.
you charged me with coming up with something.
Which one is it?
The specific appliances. Yeah. Because it has to do with 422 and the same list
Oh,
as
right.
422.
Have you done it?
Well, my suggestion to the group is we strike all of D. My logic and thinking there is, number one, a lot of those list items there, if we leave this in here, will conflict with what we've done with the OESC. The first line items, all the way up to 7, are already listed in 422. So when we get to 422, if we do strike D, we would need to strike dishwashers in 422 to align with what we're doing with the OESC. My personal take is 2 was out of bounds adding these appliances to this section because CMP 17 covers appliances. And I don't, if anyone's interested, I do have the comments that 2 made when they added these. We didn't have real good justification in my mind as to why, but deleting this section in my opinion, clears up with what we've done with the OESC, and the units 1 through 6 are all cord and plug connected appliances, typically installed in wet and damp locations. So they're covered in 422.5 to be GFI protected already.
And the other ones they're all higher voltage and we don't do them anyway.
Yeah,
But what about microwave ovens? They're cord, are they in? Are they in,
they're both. 99% are cord and plug.
are they covered in, what is it, 220, 422.5?
Well, they're not covered in 422, no, 422. So 422, just an interesting fact, 422, I'm sorry, 420, CMP 17 was asked to extend the list in 422. And we were asked to add water heaters, hand dryers, ice makers, disposals, bath fans, over showers. And CMP 17 accepted none of those to add the language to be GFI protected because of insufficient substantiation. If we would have been asked to add these, I can tell you that electric ranges, these are hardwired and plug-in. Hardwired ranges, hardwired mounting ovens and counter-mounted cooking ovens, most clothes dryers have a cord on them, but they don't come cord connected, are not tested for leakage current currently under UL 174. So we potentially could have problems with them not working with GFIs if we adopt this code also. Same issue that we have with any splits.
We've already said not to do it when we said not to do the 240 volt anyway.
Right. Yeah.
Well, can we say for the GFCI protection, D, specific appliances, GFCI protection for specific appliances shall be in accordance with 422.5. Rather than deleting it.
That's fine.
Yeah.
That helps. Yeah. That's my motion.
Okay. Any discussion? Tim?
One thing that comes to mind is, let's say a mop sink. Is a mop sink a wet or damp location? Would that be covered elsewhere?
Where are mop sinks? We're talking about D.
Well, I'm saying if you're taking out sinks, number 7.
On D.
Yeah, I'm on B too.
D is in
Oh,
Delta.
D, I'm on
Delta.
B. I'm sorry.
Okay, yeah.
Mr. Chair, just one point to bring up. Take a look back at 422.5A. It does talk about appliances and shows a list there. Take a look at 210.8B Delta. It talks about protection shall be provided for the branch circuit or outlet supplying the following appliances. So just a distinction that in 210, they're referencing the protection of the branch circuit and the outlet. In 422, they're actually talking about the appliance.
Branch circuit or the outlet,
Branch circuit or the outlet, correct?
not both. Just saying you could do it with a branch circuit breaker. I don't know why they even need to say that. If you put in a branch circuit breaker, you've protected the outlet.
Well,
But if it's hardwired, then it would be covered.
interesting thing is back in 422, I thought there's also a section that allowed the GFCI protection to be part of the cord or within the first 12 inches of the cord. To have that GFCI requirement. I know that was noted on vending machines before. And it's part B, so it's still there. So they're making a separate distinction. One for, back in 422, we're talking about GFCI appliance requirement. 210, they're making that distinction to make sure that branch circuit and outlet is protected as well.
And. Or. So that just gives you an alternate method to GFI protected by saying the branch circuit. 422 just flat out says that the appliance shall be GFI protected, whatever means you do it. It's on you. And you're right, some come cord and plugged. We may see appliances in the future that have built-in GFI protection, so there's no need for an outlet or a branch circuit breaker.
Problem we have with EV chargers.
Currently, the way it reads in national model code, if I came and inspected a an appliance that had the GFCI protection on the cord, I would be asking for that GFCI protection to be extended to the branch circuit.
On what, based on what section?
If 210.8D was the national model code, we're talking about removing it. So I'm just saying, if it was left as national model code, I'd be asking for GFCI protection at the branch circuit, not at the appliance.
So like those vending machines that have the thing built, you wouldn't be, no longer be able to use those.
That's
Yeah. So you're in support of the motion?
210.8 reads. 210.8D currently reads.
So are you speaking in support of the motion?
I'm just showing that there's a possible conflict in the inspection process, in the fact that one says appliance, the other one says branch circuit.
Yeah. But we're proposing to delete that language. It says branch circuit. So
And that's, if that's what we, yeah.
so are you in favor of the motion or opposed to it?
I'm currently not in favor of deleting that national model code, no.
So how do you resolve the conflict that you just described?
I'm probably in the minority at that point.
I mean, what would you do about if it went the way you're proposing it, what would you do about the conflict that you just described?
If it got deleted out, we'd only be looking for GFCI protection at the appliance.
What if it didn't get deleted out?
Then we'd be looking for GFCI protection at the branch circuit.
Why? You'd have
That's
to,
what 210.8D says.
Oh, it says outlet. It says or outlet.
How do you protect a through ground faults at the outlet?
If I plug. If I plug, one
So
to
the-
the plug.
So the outlet has the plug in it. The
Mhm.
outlet is not protected itself.
That's how we currently do it though, right? We put a GFI plug in and.
You put devices in outlets.
That's-
An electrical outlet is a place where you can obtain electrical voltage and current. So the outlet has a receptacle in it. The outlet itself could also not have a receptacle in it. It could be a hardwired device as well.
if it was a
That's an
hardwired
outlet as
device,
well.
you'd have to protect the circuit. But
I'm just pointing something out that 210.8 inference of protected branch circuit or outlet. 422.5A makes the specific inference protecting the appliance only. That's all I'm saying.
Just for clarification, so if you went to inspect a job and we deleted D, and you could have appliances with no outlets with no receptacles with no GFI protection at all, because you're saying the equipment's gonna have GFCI protection, but the equipment's not there. So there's a disconnect on making sure that those are GFCI protected. If we delete it,
It wouldn't be up for the inspector at that point.
no, it'd be up to the customer.
That's
Isn't that common with vending machines? They come with a.
2005.
Some air conditioning. Protection, hook into the cord.
It's been that way for a while.
And what do? You know, I guess you know it's going to be a vending machine because it's, then they can plug it in anywhere.
I have a question.
Yeah.
So is GFI required on a microwave right now? If it's a built-in? Doesn't that fall under our exception of appliance fastened in place?
Yes.
Not easily moved?
Well, we have a motion on the floor to delete, to modify 10.8D to say, look at 422.5. I think that we want to make sure that there's protection at the outlet, regardless. Then another approach would be to modify 422.5 and also the list items in for 10.8D so that they say the same thing. Right now we have conflict. Well, 210 is more expensive.
I'd make a motion that for,
We already have a motion. For, can't have two at once. Would you like to comment on the motion? Do you know what the motion is? You don't know what the motion is?
no, I'll hold my thought.
I have a question.
Do you know what the motion is? Russ?
I don't know.
Okay, the motion is to delete all of 422, 410, 210.8D and replace it with, well, it would say specific appliances, GFCI protection for specific appliances shall comply with 422.5. Yeah, right. Yep. Yeah. Section 422.5.
Okay, thank you.
That's the motion. So if you want to speak in favor or oppose the motion, comment on it.
I see Brian's point to the conflict, so between the two, I would be in favor of it.
Okay. Wait a second. I think you got someone over there.
I had a question,
Okay.
because there was a concern mentioned that somebody then could put a receptacle, if I understood correctly, a receptacle out there, and then the equipment not be installed, and we'd have a non-GFCI protected receptacle. Was that a concern I heard? Because if it's outside, it would have to be GFCI protected anyway. Or were we saying that if somebody could come along and say, well, this is for a specific piece of equipment, I'm going to put this receptacle here for it, and then that equipment never shows up? Was that what the concern could be?
It was more from an inspection standpoint on how do you, if it's in a vending machine area, which would be indoors, how do you make sure that it's GFCI protected? Now, you normally put a breaker in because you can't use a receptacle because it's not readily accessible once the vending machine gets there anyway. So it's either going to be a breaker or you say the vending machine has it. D would require the breaker, regardless of whether the vending machine has it. So that's really the only difference. It's going to be GFCI protected, or should be GFCI protected either way, either at the vending machine with 20, to put my glasses on, 422.5. Or if you want to make, from an inspection standpoint, you want to make sure that the GFCI protection is there regardless of what goes in there, then D would fall into place. And I think what's on the floor now is we're deleting D, or have a proposal to delete D and just say, hey, it has to be GFCI protected for 422.5, right?
Yeah.
But that wouldn't, if we deleted this, that's not going to, if we deleted 210.8D, that's not going to allow, that's like giving people a way of it's putting in, like, let's say if it said on the plan, so this is for a vending machine. And so then now there's nothing that says, so they can say, well, I don't have to have a GFCI protected receptacle or outlet because it's going to be on the equipment. Then as an inspector, you would actually have to walk away from that and leave that unprotected. That is the concern that could happen.
What deleting D is basically reverting to the previous edition, right? I mean, that this condition, the concern that you're describing exists today. Does it not?
That's what I'm trying to find.
Just want to be clear. It's not, we're not
creating a new,
we are not adopting an additional level of safeguard that the model code kind of put in. We're just kind of staying with the previous edition. All right?
I think so, yeah. The other end of the spectrum that I see is we could have a break room that you could have plugs along the wall that they're eventually going to plug vending machines in, that it's not noted on the plan that there's going to be vending machines there. So you have the same issue going the other way too. So it says they have to be GFI protected, but when you wired it and inspected it, it was just a break room.
Okay, any further discussion? Motion on the floor is to modify 210.8D to eliminate it, essentially. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
That carries. Okay, what else is tabled? Let's see.
1070.
10.70 is tabled. well, the matrix says it was approved, but it was actually tabled. With right matrix, yeah. And why did we table it? Because of the TIA?
Yeah, I mentioned that there was a TIA on this that I couldn't remember where it was at. I think it got distributed today.
Yeah.
It missed passing by one vote. I don't have a lot of input either way on this. I know that there was a lot of discussion at the panel by the manufacturers of these switches that were against this going in the code because we don't put a lot of these switches in, but we do put them in on occasion. And now theoretically, we can't, these remote switches, if someone, hypothetically, if someone wants a switch added, that we can't get wiring to, we have to, if it's in a house that requires those locations to be switched, then we have to use a special system, so. I don't know, I've always been of the mindset, once I live in my house, if the light bulb burns out, I can still get through my house. So if these things, the battery burns out, they're gonna see that and replace the battery, so.
That's the first time they try to use the switch as an emergency. So, what the TIA did is it limited the requirement for battery backup to just stairways, hallways, attics, basements, crawl spaces, and spaces without windows or skylights. The TI that did not pass. And then there was a informational note about what positive means of battery depletion would look like. And it also added a new paragraph D for wiring extensions, modifications and replacements. And you have to comply with this requirement in those. So I've been seeing in some commercial buildings where they have these, you know, the new LED fixtures that are smart and they're connected by a data line back to a controller, that the switch on the wall is just a wireless Bluetooth device that communicates with the light, and it doesn't have any wiring to it. It's battery operated, presumably, and so those would no longer be permitted unless it had a audible device on it to indicate the battery.
They do it for lighting retrofits too. They'll go through and put the lights, and I've seen where they just change the receptacles out to a wireless battery operated switches. Yeah.
Yeah. So this section would not permit that. What did they do? It's really just this this new language in the charging section of 210.70 that causes the problem.
Yeah.
So we could just not adopt that.
That I'm gonna make a motion to not, that's where I would go with it, and we'll see where the committee wants to go, but I would make a motion that we strike the new language regarding the battery and the means provided automatically energized lighting outlet. Maybe the chief could speak. Have you had anybody complaining that their battery went dead and they didn't get their lights on in an emergency, Keith?
You're muted, Keith.
I've not heard that. I actually had a manufacturer come in and demonstrate this, and I don't remember the exact time, but because that was a concern I had, and the batteries last, I mean, I want to say he said 10 years or something on a battery. So, you know, these aren't something where you got to replace them every month or something like that. This code, it seems more like a manufacturer requirement, and maybe the thing to do is to pass on it this code cycle, you know, and pick it up on the 26th when the products are compliant.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing, Keith, that products aren't available today, but if this is in the model code, they'll soon be available. And then we can pick it up later. So the motion is to delete the second sentence of 10.70. Any discussion? All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, carries. Yeah, let's take a break. Take a break until 11 o'clock. We'll call the meeting back to order. The next tabled item is 362.10, which was the question about what do they mean by a fire protection system, I think. And so I kind of dug into this a bunch. And one thing I noticed in looking at this is that we actually have, so this is, we're talking about 362.10.5 exception. And it talks about an approved automatic fire protective system, which is not defined. And what I discovered in looking through this is that we actually have a definition in our OESC of a fire protection system, which comes out of the building code, but it doesn't really apply in this case. And so I went back and I looked at the model code language and the PIs and what were they doing? And I think that if you look at this section in the previous edition, what you'll see is that it said, I don't have I have your 70, 2020, 2020. Wait. Oh, yeah, here it is. I sent it. Okay. What it says is, the exception says ENT shall be permitted to be used above suspended ceilings in buildings exceeding 3 floors above grade where the building is protected throughout by a fire sprinkler system installed in accordance with NFPA 1320-16 standard for the installation of sprinkler systems. I think what happened is that the Committee on Usability told us to get all the references to standards into informational notes. So they took it out of the section, put it in an informational note, and what they left is a term that's not defined. So for our purposes, I think we could just revert to the previous edition on that exception. Solves our problem. We know what it means. And somebody can submit a PI to the panel telling them that you need to use a defined term. You have that language, right, Laura? Because I emailed it to you. Yeah, okay. So I guess I'll just make that motion. Any discussion? All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Okay. Did you guys notice that the 2026 edition of the NEC is open for public comment? Opened last week. So it will be closed before this code goes into effect. But any of the stuff that we're talking about here, that we could submit PIs on all of them. Okay. So we'll go on now to chapter 4, and we'll start with line 222 in the matrix. And we have a they added portable power feeder cables. I think it's they added some cables that are not typically used in probably the work that any of us do, unless you've got a 10,000 volt mining machine or something that you're taking care of. It's a new part 4 in Article 400. Anybody have any discussion about this? Hearing none, all those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. Okay, 400.10A, we have an amendment that addresses FAA-approved light fixtures, or cables for FAA-approved light fixtures. Do we still need that? I think we do. Any discussion? All those in favor of retaining 400.10A list item 12 in the Oregon Table 1E, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Okay, Laura? In 210.8A, we have this language that got deleted that we didn't want to have deleted. That was way at the bottom of the page. And we said we would work on language, but we haven't done that. So we need to put that in the matrix that we have an open item there.
Okay.
This is called a EDD, bouncing around. Okay. Okay, so we approve that. 400.12, we have an Oregon amendment that allows use of power cords not exceeding 6 feet in cases used for environmental air. This was our way of complying with this right here, which is probably not code compliant. So, but it is code compliant under the Oregon amendment. Doesn't meet the model code. Any discussion of that one? Language okay? All those in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Okay, we're now on 404 switches, 14D. It's a new section on snap switch terminations. This has to do with copper and aluminum and copper clad aluminum conductors and when you can use the screwless push-in type construction. I think that this is actually, I don't think this is new. I think it's just relocated, restructured a little bit, near as I could figure. You know, they cleaned it up and they added the bimetallic conductors. All those in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Okay, that carries. 404.16, that is a section covering reconditioned equipment. I think that is consistent with our definition of recondition and what's appropriate and is not appropriate. So any discussion of that? Any comments? Did you look at that, Keith? 404.16?
I did not.
Okay. Well, if anybody sees any issues with that, we can reconsider it, but to me, it looked like it was okay. All those in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Okay, 404.30 is, this is really an editorial change, I think, what I thought. Well, it's a new section, so I think it got restructured and relocated, but didn't change. Any comments, any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed?
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
never mind, I'm in the wrong code book.
Okay. Tell me if we're going too fast. 406.2. This is a reconditioned equipment. It got moved, primarily what happened, and it they restructured it a little bit. And, I think with our definition of reconditioned and servicing, I think it works. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Carries. Okay, now we're going to go on to the 4063A was revised to delete a sentence. Stating the receptacle shall not be, that just got moved. That's just acted on that. So all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay. 4063D. Added a section on receptacle terminations. This is similar to the one we just did on snap switches, where they restructured it and added language for the copper clad aluminum. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Carries. Okay, 4064B. They just modified this to use the terminology in Article 250 is what my notes say. Yeah, they called it a grounding conductor in the previous edition instead of an equivalent. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Let's see, we have a Oregon amendment for 406.4. 406.4D4, where we have not required the replacement, the use of an arc fault circuit interrupter if you're replacing a receptacle in one of the areas in 210.12A, B, or C. So
This is really in line with our modification language too, so I would say we carry this forward.
yeah. Okay. Multiple documents here. We just, what did we do? We just deleted it altogether?
Mhm.
Just said not adopted. Okay, any discussion? Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay. 406D.4D5 was relocated, product not available. So the tamper resistant receptacles. This is another replacement thing. So this says, but we adopted this previously, right? We didn't.
I don't think it was in there before, was it?
Well, the replace, this is, well, but the tamper resistant thing was in here, right? That said you had to use them when listed tamper resistant receptacles shall be provided when replacements are made at receptacle outlets that are required to be tamper resistant elsewhere in the code, except if it's non-grounding or it's a COALR receptacle. And then I was questioning about the product availability. Or is this something that we don't want to adopt because we're requiring the replacement to come up, to be brought up to the current code standard?
I don't know, I'm just looking at this on the surface. I think we need model code because what they're saying is tamper resistant receptacles probably aren't available in the 2-wire circuits or in the COALR receptacle styles.
Right. But this is only for replacements. And in the arc fault thing, we said we're not adopting it altogether because it's a replacement. Previous paragraph.
You don't have to make the circuit arc fault.
Or the receptacle.
This is, you don't have to make the receptacle tamper proof. Typically, we would make it tamper proof in those areas, which is fine.
Okay. So we don't mind where that requirement for replacements.
Yes.
Only we ran it if it's arc fault, but not if it's.
Yes. Uh-huh.
Okay. Okay. All those in favor, say aye.
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 Okay. 6.4D8. This requires using a GFPE receptacle on replacements where GFPE is required. This differentiates D4. D3, actually. That's probably okay. Any discussion? Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay, 406G. This added GFI. It's added GFCI protection on floor receptacles. No, it's not. Yeah, this is a new section, but I think it's restructured. So it adds some requirements for floor receptacles not being installed in a way where they'll be damaged by the cleaning equipment, and then GFCI protection on floor receptacles in food courts and waiting areas, public transportation facilities where food or drug drinks are allowed. Airport. Any discussion? All those in favor, say aye.
Right.
Okay, 4066D. This is a requirement. They expanded this to allow you to use steel screws, but I think it's when they become available. Until June, January 1st of 2026. If the manufacturer comes out with one of the steel screws prior to that date, it's listed, you still can't use it. For the event that were to happen. All those in favor of 406.6D, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Okay. 406.7. This just got moved to a new location. All those in favor of that, of 406.7? Aye. 406.9A. Okay, I wasn't sure whether we wanted to do this one or not, so question mark. This is this requires some hinged covers, kind of a product manufacturer. So that's not a big deal. I think it was the changes in B that. Okay, I think it was in C. So we're on 406.9A. It says it was require waterproof ratings for other receptacles.
I don't see that.
I don't see that either. I think what happened is it was revised to require hinge covers of outlet boxes that open at least 90 degrees, fully open if not designed for that. So line 238 isn't in that section, so I think we could probably don't need to take an action on it. So, next line is the hinge covers thing. Any discussion of that? I mean, that these products are made manufactured. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, then we go to B, and this says it's revised to require other receptacles installed in wet locations to be weather resistant type, and it also has the hinge cover. I don't think that's quite right either. I think all they did was add the word ampere and volts, and then they did the hinge cover thing. So
WR went into code last.
any discussion of 406.9B? Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, 406.9C. We didn't adopt the model code language. Is this the one that is for your weird bathrooms? Yeah,
Commonly referred to as European bathroom.
European bathrooms, yeah. And do we want to continue with what we did in the previous cycle? Or did they fix it? They did change it, but I don't know that they fixed it. I wasn't entirely sure what. I think we still have the problem.
Yeah, I would agree. I think we still have the problem.
So
They made an attempt at exception number 2. In bathrooms with less than the required zone, that receptacles required by 21052D shall be permitted to be installed opposite the bathtub, room, or shower stall within the room. But when the room's small enough where you're still in the shower spray when you're touching the opposite wall, I don't think that's legal.
yeah,
For the plug being there.
Wouldn't that be considered the shower space? Beginning of that area within the zone measured?
Correct. I think they did add some words there to strengthen up the language a little bit. So if you designate the whole room as a shower space, you wouldn't be allowed to put a receptacle there.
Right.
According to the language there.
anybody know what 68073 is? Off the top of your head? Accessibility, hydrant, this is the one, the plugs that are giving you access to this hydrant massage bath. I'm wondering if we could adopt the model code and then tweak exception 2.
I would agree with that.
And really what we were contemplating was they could put it outside the room actually. So we could add something that just says, or outside the room immediately adjacent to the door or something.
Outside the space.
Strike side of the door.
The strike side of the door. So bathrooms with less than the required zone, the receptacles required by 21052D shall be permitted to be installed opposite the, just leave exactly like within the room, comma, or outside the room immediately adjacent to the strike side of the door.
Well, but I think that doesn't help Brian, because if they're within that zone, that exception still allows them just to be the farthest point away when it's still in the zone.
If I read it, the first sentence there. Designate that room as the other shower.
But it's
But the exception is given it permission to just be in that zone the farthest away possible. You don't want that.
no, we're saying it shall be permitted. Oh, yeah.
You don't want it.
Correct. We want to say shall not be permitted. Yeah.
Could you turn your mic on, Brian?
I'll just leave it on unless you're going to say something nasty.
I've been known for that.
But I wonder what the code making panel had in mind here, because they're saying that if it's in the room, it can still be in the dangerous zone. So
Through the chair, we've also got the measurements of how we measure now. We measure through a doorway, and that I don't know if that plays into this or not.
what could you be a little more specific?
Well, there was a couple codes ago. We weren't required to measure through cabinet doors and doorways and that. And now we are. They changed it. How you measure from an outlet or in a bathroom area or something like that. I'd have to find it. So
You're talking about in 210.
yes, yeah.
Yeah, I'm not sure that applies here.
Well, I think what he's talking about is outside the strike zone, it still could be within 3 feet.
Right. Yep.
If we just struck out that after shall be permitted, just put your verbiage about outside the immediately adjacent to the strike side of the door and just remove that shower stall rim. That would clear that all up.
If you're now you've made it, the code more restrictive. You're not allowing what the code currently allows.
So it would be allowed up top here. If it's outside the zone, they can have it in the bathroom, but if it's in the zone, then you're allowing it outside the room immediately adjacent. That would be the exception, right? Or did I read it wrong?
The way I read exception number 2 is talking about a bathroom that has a shower stall in it, that the rest of the bathroom doesn't meet the requirements of the zone, of the required zone. So that's something that has less than 3 feet of clearance left over to try to put that plug. The exception saying you can put a plug there as long as it's on the opposite wall.
And we don't want to do that.
You don't.
We think that's not safe.
Well, if you can stand in the zone and reach the plug, you're still in the water.
Right, right.
Or you're
Okay, so we're going to say with less than the required zone, the receptacle required in 21052D shall be permitted to be installed outside of the room, immediately adjacent, outside of the room and immediately adjacent to the, how did I say it before? What did I say
Side of the
before?
door. Right side of the door.
Laura, what did I say before? Didn't get it, okay. We want it to be installed, shall be permitted to be installed outside of the room and immediately adjacent to the strike side of the door. Outside of the room and immediately adjacent to the strike side. Or as near as practicable to the strike side of the immediately adjacent. Or you can have people about what these words. Can't put it immediately adjacent because the wall's not wide enough. Why don't we say as near as practicable rather than immediately adjacent? Right. Create an impossible situation. Yeah. Okay, can we see it just to make sure we're bouncing around a little bit?
Do something like to meet the requirements of.
So that means
Where we are in the sections. We didn't say that before.
Oh, okay.
Maybe outside of the room, yeah, as near as practicable. Yeah, that seems okay. Everybody okay with that? Any comments? Okay, all those in favor of the revised organ amendment to 406.9C, say aye.
Aye.
And then there's the other item is the remaining changes to the section. Where they have these weight supporting student. Well, that's exception 3, yeah. We're accepting all the rest of the model code changes to that section by doing this action. (406.12.1). I wasn't sure about this one. So this revised list item 1. Pretty significant, bunch of changes. They added tamper-resistant receptacles to all dwellings, boathouses, mobile homes, manufactured items. It just basically said all dwelling units, all receptacles have to be tamper-resistant. That's new, isn't it? Is it not new? Can't remember. It happened in the previous cycle. say dwelling unit. So, did amend this in the previous cycle to delete 5 and 6, 8. Okay, yeah. Then they added 9 and 10. And they also added boathouses, mobile homes, manufactured homes. So let's break this down. There are changes to 1. We want to adopt those changes. They basically, it looks like they added boathouses and mobile homes and manufactured homes.
Make a motion to adopt the changes, number 1.
Okay, any discussion about the changes to number 1? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Okay, so now we go to the list item 5. They changed the code to add the word within. And the following spaces. They changed that. Those are the same steps. We didn't adopt that at all. We said you don't need to put tamper-resistant receptacles in clinics. Do we still feel that way, or do we want to?
I guess I'm curious what my fellow contractors think. Tamper-proof are kind of a mainstay anymore. The commercial is readily available as residential. I personally don't have any heartburn in adopting the section.
Everything? No exceptions?
I'd agree with that.
Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to look at 406.12.1, which we just did, 5, 6, 8, 9, 10, all in one motion, just to adopt the model code. But with no exceptions.
That's my motion.
Nathan,
Yes.
hey, real quick before we do that, can I say something?
Yes, of course.
So it may be a moot point now where, from my understanding, the motion is adopt model code, but I was going to bring up in number 4 that the table 1E says elementary education facilities and the model code just says education facilities. And it doesn't show it as a change.
Yeah.
So if we're making changes, maybe we should get that in there as well.
Well, that was model code language before.
Yep.
Schools in.
Yeah, it changed on the 17, I think.
No. No. The model, the 2020 edition said preschools and education facilities.
Right, but our table 1E said elementary, but it didn't note it as a change.
Oh, this just was wrong then. Yeah, they were using prior cycle based language. Yeah, but in this case, we're eliminating this whole line from the table 1E because we're just adopting model code.
Okay, so I want to make sure that would be
This motion passes.
include education facilities, not elementary, or I mean, all of them, I guess, right?
Yeah, so
Okay.
everything from graduate school to preschool,
Okay,
postdocs even. Okay, all those in favor of the motion, say aye.
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 Okay,
So,
sir.
Mr. Chair, for the state, this is an incurred cost. They are slightly more. Is an incurred cost for the consumer, but It can vary whether it's one room or a whole building of a university, so.
Yeah, and,
What's the cost difference between a standard plug and
but for residents,
Well,
which
not
is.
even that anymore. I think there's 30 or 40 cents difference is all per device.
It's basically any, like, there's gonna be a
if there's going to be a cost increase that we can in some way like break down to a unit, and then then I can put in like my rulemaking docs, like it's going to be this much per unit, but it'll vary depending on what you're building. There's an additional housing cost impact, which is specific to residents, but the fiscal and economic impact for the rulemaking process is broader. It's sort of like any sort of potential increase. So it could apply in that
There's
situation.
no housing cost impact because they're already were
Okay.
required.
For dwellings, yes.
Good to know.
But what's the difference in cost? Anybody know?
The computer people can look it up on the website and get a price difference between a 53.
A spec grade, 20 amperes, 1260 for a tamper. I'll look up a regular.
Are these real numbers or are they?
That's flat.
eBay.
No, are they list prices or?
Jim's got a question.
I'm logged in.
In this case here, educational facility is a university educational facility, or is it a B? Occupancy.
Well, that's a great question.
Mhm.
I mean, I don't know. Is it an E or is it a B? I don't know that.
Yeah, because
That-
typically your elementary, high school are your E's, and then above that are B's.
Well, this is currently in the code. I mean, we're not changing this, except that, yeah, I mean, elementary wasn't in the previous. How are you enforcing it, inspectors? Are you enforcing it as an?
We haven't been enforcing it in anything other than elementary because that's what the table 1E said.
Oh, that's interesting. Because we didn't intend that. You create code. Well,
I wasn't logged.
well,
Yeah, just a standard 15
as far as what's an EI?
$1.06 and then a
Well, look, did we get the cost impact?
Gary's
We're
got
working
it.
on that.
Depends on the grade of the receptacle too.
So what about the occupancy rating of a university? Is that an E occupancy? It is.
Correct.
So education is E, it should be. I guess when you get down to enforcing this section of the code, Keith, you might want to weigh in on this. Typically, we're saying that it's the structural code defines what the occupancy is, and education is an occupancy type. But, you know, we're going to run into this where someone's renting space in a commercial building and teaching classes. Is that an education occupancy? And I think we put that thing in 110 to say, no, it's based on what the structural code says. Keith?
Yeah, we did that on purpose so that we would go, we have something to base it on. So we're not trying to figure out what it is. So it would be based on what the structural code called it.
core code is 6 or more persons through 12th grade is the E occupancy.
6 or more persons through 12th grade is in E occupancy. The universities are not E occupancy. Did you think they are?
You were under that
They are.
impression?
I could be wrong, but that's the impression I have.
They're places of assembly, probably.
We asked the structural folks what it is.
You asked them, yeah. Well, the question is, do we need to clarify that an education facility is an E occupancy? Or is that what we need? I would say that that's what we need. I don't know what else we could use other than the building code designates. I think that the amendment that we did back in 110, where we said, wait, it might even be in 90.
It's in 90, the last sentence, I think.
Occupancy classification and use designation for the establishment according to the structural code as stated in the construction documents by the registry, approved by. So if you're trying to figure out if it's an education, since that is an occupancy type, if you're trying to figure out if it's an education facility, then it would go on that. I think there's a pretty clear path there, but you inspectors, well, all of us, is it clear enough? We could add to it based on the occupancy. If this occurs throughout the code. Well, we've already acted on this, so we didn't vote. We didn't vote? No, you had a question before we voted. Oh, I thought we did. Okay, all those in favor of the motion?
You wanted to know
adopt the model
rough
code?
unit price
Oh, yeah,
between about $2,
$2,
a standard and a tamper resistant upgrade.
which is about what, 5% or something?
Depends on how many outlets are in the receptacle
No, I mean
outlets.
5% of the cost of the outlet.
Yeah.
Okay, all those in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. We will move on to 408. 2. This is relocating. This is relocating the reconditioned equipment. And we do have an amendment to this. So we should start with the relocation, which is not a big deal. They also made some language changes to it that you might want to look at. They added corrosive influence. If it's been damaged by fire, products of combustion, or corrosive influences, then it has to be evaluated. And they added switchboards. Well, they just, yeah, they added switchboards to switchgear, maybe. I'm not sure that. And then our amendment allows the signing supervisor to evaluate it. So any discussion of this motion? Those in favor of adopting the model code relocation of the yeah, it got moved to the .2 section and slightly modified. All those in favor of those changes to the model code, say aye.
Aye.
Our amendment adds the signing supervisor so that you don't have to get it field evaluated. Strike out a B. Just strike out. I don't think that's the model. I think that's a change in the model. That strikeout is in the model. Will we carry that forward? That's a model code change. What is it? We just did that. What we did is we changed it from previously it had to be evaluated by the manufacturer or a qualified testing lab. Now we've let the signing supervisor evaluate. Pretty significant. We did it before, so. Any discussion? All those in favor of continuing with the Oregon amendment to 408.2, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. Oh. 408.2A, panel boards shall not be permitted. Reconditioned panel boards shall not be permitted. But I wasn't sure about Elite's last sentence about field labeling. I think I figured out finally that that's now in 408.9. Yeah, replacement panel boards shall be permitted. existing enclosures in accordance with 8.9. No field labeling. Didn't quite figure out what's happening here. But the Oregon amendment that deletes the last sentence about field labeling is not in 408.2. Four oh eight dot two A. It says reconditioned panel board shall not be permitted. And that's, yeah, that's what all of these changes are in model code. So what I'm struggling with is what is line 255 in the matrix. That just doesn't exist anymore. So that just goes away, I guess. I thought it was.
This is a dumb question on it. So if I have a tenant improvement in a commercial space, we need to relocate the panel. If I take the panel off the wall, can I reuse it?
Not reconditioning, so not
So I can reuse it as long as I don't recondition it. But if I go to the steps of having an Oregon breaker, I can make sure everything trips and works right, then it's reconditioned.
well. I think that go back to our definitions of servicing and maintenance. Yeah, I think we tried to define those terms so that you could do that.
It's used.
Not the ones that are in the model code, but the ones that we adopted. Okay, well, let's see, let's break this down again. The 408.2A got relocated and it just says that you can't recondition panel boards, and it deleted some duplicative requirements.
Nathan, through the chair, I think it's talking about 408.8B is where we were.
Yeah.
And then I think
They deleted all that stuff.
Yeah, it's trimmed it down.
and then it's 408, isn't it 408.9B now?
Yeah. Got it. 408.9B.
Yeah.
This note that says it's now 408.9. Okay, so how far are we? We did the signing. 408.2A is that one I think is fine. It just says that you can't recondition a panel board. So I would say that we could adopt that. All those in favor say aye.
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 And then the next one, this line 255, that is now in 408.9B. And it says if available fault current is greater than 10,000 amps, the completed work shall be field labeled. If it's less than 10,000 or less, the replacement panel board shall be identified for the application. Any previously applied listing marks on the cabinet that pertain to the panel board shall be removed. Is that the language that we deleted? No, yeah. So what did we do? We don't have that anymore. So what? I don't have that in front of me. What did our previous? It's not in here, but so we have to look at our last cycle's table 1E here. Under 408.2A. Okay. And the stuff that's deleted is what is now 408.9B. So we would then want to delete that if we're going to be consistent. Yeah. So this is going to be fixed, but we're at the point in Matrix where we would always discuss it, I think. So, I mean, it's actually item 255. It just should be numbered 408.9B. So do we want to carry that forward? Any objections to carrying it forward?
Why did we strike it? Do you remember?
I think we thought it was too difficult to comply with. Maybe not necessary. You're really bringing in all current requirements for the panel board as opposed to the breaker. So for I mean, this is kind of an obscure situation. This is where you're taking, the definition of the panel board does not include the enclosure. Okay, so when you talk about a panel board, you're not talking about enclosure. If you take a panel board and you install it in an existing enclosure, is the enclosure rated for the available fault current? Or is the panel board rated? It says panel board is not listed for a specific enclosure, but it's sort of the other way around. Because the panel board has to be rated for the conditions that it's going to see. So this is the enclosure itself. And I don't know, I don't know enough about this to know. I've never even considered what is the rating of the enclosure before. It's an assembly and you get the rating of it. I don't know the enclosures. The rating labels that are on the enclosure, do they apply to the panel board or do they apply to the enclosure? It just seems like a complete quagmire if you adopt it. I don't know how you would go about enforcing it or complying with it. Know anything about it?
Wasn't Russian.
Sorry. So I think that's why we did it, because we can figure out what to even do, how to even comply with this or enforce it.
No, makes sense.
It doesn't do it, but it probably involves getting it field evaluated.
You're gonna buy a new panel at that point.
Hmm.
You're just gonna buy a whole new assembly at that point.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And if what you're trying to do is put a new panel board inside that enclosure that's already in the wall and it's onerous. Okay, so do we want to carry this forward? All those in favor?
Aye. Which line?
Well, it's 255, but it's actually 408.9. Okay, 408.36. So we added another exception there. So this is the single overcurrent device. Keith, do you remember where we came up with this exception? Why we said 3 or more main circuit breakers instead of 6?
I don't remember right now. Let me think about it here.
I was trying to figure out why we did this. And then we said, for other than service equipment, we have 2 fuses. So that's I don't know why we did this. And, I mean, I know this has something to do with not adopting 230.71,
Right.
but I don't know why it doesn't say 6 or more. Or 3 or more. Panel board is protected by 3 or more main circuits. Maybe 230.71 allows 2 main circuits. I didn't think it did. This is supply the
second bus.
It almost reminds me of split bus panels.
I'm thinking too, split bus panels.
This would allow for split bus.
Hmm.
So this would allow for split bus panels. Doesn't start till 3. So if you had 2, that'd be the split bus panel. You have your main breaker and then the sub.
Mhm. If you want to speak to the panel, you need to come up here and just so we all can hear what you're saying. Okay, well, this is what we did before. I don't know that it's come up very often. You guys ever seen it? Just we can keep doing it.
Yeah, I don't remember why we did this, and it hasn't come up that I'm aware of.
Yeah. Okay, all those in favor of the amendments to 408.36, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? 408.38 was revised to add evaluation requirement on systems with fault currents over 1,000. This is the same thing we just said we didn't want to require. So one would ask, why do we think it's okay in 408.38 when it wasn't okay in 408.9? Why do we need it in here twice? Why they think I'll put that in there twice. You just moved this to panel 10, so I'm going to find it. Well, seems like we ought to delete it here if we deleted it elsewhere. Yeah, so is that what we want to do?
Yes.
All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Okay, where are we now? Page 409.70. Let's see, I have a question about this because I thought it was vague. I wondered if it was going to be a 408.7, 409.7. This is industrial control panels requiring safety circuits for personnel protection. They're subject to damage from surge events shall have surge protection installed within or immediately adjacent to the control panel. How do you know how to comply with that and whether or not someone has complied with it? How would you enforce that? Can't hear you.
I think most surge panels are, control panels would have surge protectors in them that really concerned about it. I mean, I think it's a year or something.
Yeah.
Normally they would put them in anyway.
Yeah.
Only
Only if these specific circumstances apply. Personnel protection that are subject to damage from surge events.
How do you, what does that mean?
Yeah, that's what I thought too. What does that mean? How would you know if it applies or not?
Yeah,
I mean, I think you're right, that most control panels probably have surge protection built into them. Stick it on, one in rail mounted device and off you go, but I don't think it's very good language. Well, we can adopt it, see if it has any problems with it. He's leaving, so he doesn't care. I don't think it's gonna be a big problem really, but it's just bad language.
Just wonder if it's covered in UL 508,
Yeah,
panel
probably,
board shops, panel board builders.
yeah. Yeah, I know that. It's just bad language. All those in favor of adopting this bad language?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. 409.110 changed which markings have to be visible after. Now, this is what last you point out, this is probably all to coordinate with 508. I mean, remember that we, as supervising electricians, can build these panels and they don't have to be listed. We will have to comply with it. Okay, all those in favor of the changes to 409.110, say aye. Aye. Well, okay, it's 12. Do you want to keep on mushing till 12:30 like we did last time, or take a break now? Going for another half hour? Okay, we'll move into 410 luminaires. So 410, we relocated the reconditioned equipment from 410.7 to 2. That's kind of a no-brainer. Except that we didn't adopt it anyway, right? But can we adopt it now, given our new definitions? Reconditioned luminaires, lamp holders, ballast, LED drivers, lamps, and retrofit shall not be permitted. Retrofit kit is installed in the luminaire, shall be in accordance with installation instructions. It's not considered reconditioned. So what we didn't want was to prevent someone from taking an old light fixture and placing the lamp holders and putting a new wire in it, rehabbing it. And the reason that I hesitated on this is because I thought that our new definition of servicing and maintenance would apply. And that you could call that servicing and maintenance, because that is servicing and maintenance and preventative maintenance of used electrical equipment by means of inspection, testing, and repair with listed or recognized components. So like all of you, I'm sure, you go down to the lighting gallery and pick up all the little, just those weird little parts that they have and rebuild the light fixture. But that's not reconditioning. I don't know what reconditioning is. Not that. Or we just delete the section and don't have to address it. That's why I hesitated. I mean, I don't think you want people taking LED drivers and taking them apart and rebuilding them. That's and and probably the same is true of lamp holders. You don't want anybody reconditioning those. The luminaires is the part that
Is putting a new ballast and a new lamp in a luminaire reconditioning.
no, that fits our definition of servicing and maintenance. I'm not sure that we need this exception again anymore. What do you think, Keith? Tracking this? You're muted. I don't know if you're even listening.
I'm listening. I'm not, I think the idea was that people could continue to, repair or refurbish lamps, the older stuff, I think was what we didn't want to shut it all off. So That's,
You think our new definition of servicing and maintenance incorporates what we were concerned about?
I think it may have, if we go with that way, it may require a clarification at some point.
I'm almost wondering if we should take out the word luminaires, because we do recondition luminaires, like, you know, change them and do that, but we don't want them to recondition lamp holders and ballast and drivers, and the retrofit kit, but we do want them to be able to recondition luminaires themselves, light fixtures. I mean, I would almost strike luminaires.
I'd agree with that. There's companies out there that specialize in that. Surge King Lighting, take old stuff to them and they repair it.
Yep.
Table lamps and commercial.
So note that if you do that, that the second sentence of the section now is sort of irrelevant. We want to add something to that sentence that says, or another sentence, replacing internal components of luminaires with listed or recognized components is not considered.
Did we just go back to servicing is not considered reconditioned? Because that servicing would cover all those parts, right? Rather than that
I
second
mean,
sentence.
we could say that servicing and maintenance of the light of luminaire is not considered, reconditioning. It's, we don't normally do that kind of language, but in this case, maybe we should, because it's, I mean, the definitions are what take care of these things. But that would be okay. I think that's a good way to address it. We just add another sentence that says servicing and maintenance. I think that's the term we use.
What, are you in definitions or where are you at getting that language?
It's servicing and maintenance.
Yeah, is that 110 or in definition?
It's in 110.17. It says servicing and maintenance of used electrical equipment by means of inspection, testing, or repair with listed or recognized components. That's what we're talking about. So servicing and maintenance of luminaires shall not be considered luminaires that have been the luminaire is serviced or maintained. Servicing and maintenance of luminaires shall not be considered reconditioning. That work? That's slow enough for you. Or did I say that's slow enough? Okay. I think we're putting it at the end of the section. We're just adding a sentence. It should pop it up so we make sure we're getting it. That sound like it'll work, Keith?
Yeah, that would be helpful. So there's some place to go with it if it does become a problem.
Yeah. Okay. So we're going to adopt it, but we're going to reword it. Did we already approve relocating it to 40, the .2? I can't remember if we voted on it. Okay. All those in favor of relocating it .2? Well, no, that's a different issue. And then what is it? And then the OESC, we're going to change it to
Like luminaire?
no, we're going to add a sentence to the end of it. She's going to put on the screen here. Getting it out of there. I'm just adding a sentence that says service and maintenance existing luminaires, of luminaires? I guess they have to be existing if you're servicing them. I don't know if you need to do existing. Existential question. Shall not be considered reconditioning. I don't think you need the word existing. You couldn't service and maintain something that didn't exist. Okay, that work? We have a coherent system now that fits in with the NEC model. We don't really need this sentence. Okay. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay, now we get to 410. E1, advised to have luminaire. I had a question mark on this one too. So this is luminaires installed in bathtub or shower areas. And then you can't have a cord hung anything. And or pendant hung, and they added to that paddle fans with luminaires. Wasn't in the section before. Anybody wants to put a paddle fan with a luminaire over their bathtub? Or you want to do that if you live in South Carolina or something? It's humid. It's okay with everybody? Yeah? Yeah. Okay, all those in favor say aye.
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 Okay, we're on 410.10F. Okay, so this is pretty important. This is the protection of the raceways and whatnot and luminaires that are under roof decking. And there's an exception that says that it's not required if there's 2 inches of concrete above it. And for some reason, this one caused me to go back and look at why did they do this? What were they thinking about? And
Sounds like they're talking about the floors, not the roof.
Yeah, car decking.
Yeah.
Walkways.
Yeah, that's why I was
Always.
thinking.
And
yeah, pan decking. But so I looked at the PI on this one, looking at about 14 and B. Oh, yeah, and yeah. 10, and it was interesting what they. So he said, corrugated metal, sheet metal roofing isn't the only threat. Any roof can have metal or shingles attached. Roofers miss trusses or rafters when nailing or screwing plywood or OSB sheeting and could puncture luminaires. Recessed can lights are frequently the same depth as 2x6 framing, causing the lid of the can to just about touch the underside of the roof. This could be for deck canopies or vaulted ceilings. So, and the committee statement was any roof can have metal or shingles replaced. Roofers miss trusses or rafters when nailing, screwing plywood and OSB sheeting could puncture items. Qualified. So they were really trying to, I just wanted to make sure that everybody understood what they were capturing here. You still have to protect those fixtures unless there's 2 inches of concrete above them. I don't know why. Need discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Okay, 41069 is our Oregon amendment. I don't know why we did this either. Is identification of control conductor insulation. And we said that we didn't adopt this whole section. This, Keith, this might have something to do with the problem we had with that project in Portland with the control conductors routed with the switch legs.
I think this is 0 to 10.
Yes.
Now this is 0 to 10 stuff.
This is, or if you just pulled like doorbell wire or, the black and a white as your 0 to 10, they're not going to allow you to do that. It'd have to be purple or gray or other colors. One pink.
I don't know why we wouldn't adopt this. I don't know what.
So we're 41069.
Yeah.
Is what, yeah, I don't know either. I don't recall what the issue was with this.
Yeah. Well, if we don't carry it forward, we might find out.
There we go.
Well, what do you think? All those in favor of not adopting the amendment to 41069, say aye. Opposed? No one's opposed. Okay, so we're going to rescind that. I think is the language we use. And now we go to 41071. Let's see, this was 410-130B, I think. Got relocated, so that's part of what happened here. And I got a note to say, are there any substantive changes in this section? Because I think it got relocated and possibly maybe some list items that weren't there or something. I don't know. I didn't dissect it completely. I was hoping that you guys could read it and see if you thought there was any changes in the requirements. I don't know that this is a section that the teacher just said, we have a quiz in 2 seconds.
So it came over from G, it looks like.
Yeah, it did come over. Well, that's what I found. Yeah. I didn't take the time to really dissect it and see if it changed. I'm assuming that, and I guess I could look at them.
It looks like it's word for word what was in G before. I think it's just a move.
Let's see what they say. First revision. The original requirement was added in response to, okay. This is an additional requirement was added to address a hazard that would exist under either style luminary. This is really badly. Because LEDs were added. I'm looking at
Section 4 changed.
about. Oh, it says LED, because LED drivers were added to the requirement, it was no longer appropriate for this requirement to be in Part 12, special provisions for electric discharge lighting systems, 1,000 volts or less. Therefore, it was moved to Part 6, wiring of luminaires and renumbered. That makes sense. And they also added an additional requirement addressing LED type luminaires that are equivalent to fluorescent luminaires utilize double-ended light.
Four's only changes to put it in list form, so I don't see any substantiated change.
Okay, anybody else have a comment? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Okay, we go to 470. We had an Oregon amendment on these horticultural lamps. My question was, do we still need this? Because it says lighting equipment identified for horticultural use shall be listed. I assume that means listed for that use. So why do we need an amendment saying it has to be specifically what the listing? Well, maybe we needed it because people didn't know what the listing requirement was.
I think that was the reason that we put it in.
The product spec category. We still need this, or has it become so common now that everybody knows? It'd hurt to leave it, I guess.
I haven't received any calls on this one way or the other.
I mean, there must be a ton of this going in now.
Yeah.
What are you guys doing in the inspectors?
I see them listed.
Pardon me?
I said I see them listed to the UL, IFAU.
If we didn't have this specific product standard, would you not know what to do? You just see a fixture that was listed, or would you know, need to look it up in the product guide and the white book? Well, we carry it forward.
Well, I mean, do we need it? I mean, if we're trying to clean things up, I don't know that it's needed.
I'm thinking too. That's what I'm trying to ask.
410.172 speaks to listing.
Yeah. Well, 410, yeah, it already says it has to be listed for horticultural use. It just doesn't tell you which product spec to look at. But don't you go into the white book or whatever? It's all online now. But look.
It's probably not needed.
That's the words I was hoping to hear. Okay, leave it. Let's rescind it. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
That's rescinded. Well, I had a question on it. Still needed. That's what I wrote. Okay, 184 adds an exception covering circuits exceeding 100 down and adds an informational note referencing the UL standard. Seemed okay to me. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Carries. 410 part 12 was added germicidal irradiation luminaires. COVID lights. That was a pretty lengthy section, and they're all new. I guess apparently needed what you were doing beforehand. But any discussion? Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. That gets us to Article 411. There's not much in there. Low voltage lighting. We have a reconditioned equipment section. I don't know how you would recondition a low voltage lighting system. No problem with that. Any discussion? Those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, then dot 3 is a new section on voltage limitations. That new? Just moved. Does that seem like it's new? Those voltage requirements? I don't think they are. Across this.
Nathan,
It's new.
I think what they did is they moved it from 411.1 out of the scope and put it into 411.3.
Oh, yeah, the scope sections aren't supposed to have requirements in it. Okay, so it's just relocated. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? And 411.6A. I think it's now 7. Put down. Yeah, it's now 411.7. And they added this exception saying that you can ground them if the power source says that you can ground them. Yes. Okay, all those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? So did you get that, Laura, that in the matrix, that 411.6A is actually 411.7 now? Okay, so before we move on to 422, which I think will take a little bit of time, why don't we take our break now?
When do we return, Mr. Chair?
Well, why don't we start back at 115, at the bottom of page 4 that we were trying to figure out what to do with. And we determined that it really belongs in 21052G. And so we, Laura and I, at the break, came up with an amendment to 1052G for you to consider. So basically, we just put it in. Let's see, did we have a problem with this? Because now it only applies to garages, and that's what got us.
Yeah, because this is kitchen countertops.
Yeah, so it doesn't belong here.
Yeah.
Okay, back to Plan A. We'll try it again. Not right now, though. Could change the title to the section, I guess. 422.5. So, what do we want to do with this, Mr. Chair? Chair of Panel 17.
Oh, I thought you were talking to yourself.
No.
You're the chair. 420.
Our task is to correlate this with the section in 210D that we deleted. See if there's anything from there that we want to bring over here and anything in here that we want to remove. I think one of the questions that we need to consider is we have had an amendment in Oregon ever since it first went in the model code to not require DFCI protection on dishwashers. And the question is, do we need to maintain that? Should we carry that forward, or should we? Wait a minute. Model code change that removes that requirement. That is in 422 already, so one question. And then there's all this other new stuff that got put into 210, which is what electric ranges, wall-mounted ovens, cooking units, clothes dryers, microwave ovens. These are things that panel 17 rejected. Proposed for panel 17. Couldn't get them there. Anybody have any thoughts on this?
Through the chair, the dishwasher one, that came into the code because the manufacturers, I think the GFI folks had claimed that there was a problem with dishwashers at the end of the life. Building codes, Sean Hagan to be exact, did some research on that, reached out to those that manufactured dishwashers to find out if that was the case. And they said absolutely not. So that was the substantiation that they had to put GFI on dishwashers originally. So I don't know what their reason is today, to have it on there, but, we haven't, again, I don't know of any, issues by not having it there. There's water there and whatever, the same reasons that we continue to hear for putting GFI on all the appliances that, it might be close to water, or some reason. So, so whatever you guys want to do.
But you would be in support of continuing the exception.
Yeah, I'm in support of, continuing it. And I haven't seen any, issues with the way it's been, pretty much forever. Because I think the 14 was actually the first code that it came out in.
Yeah.
And then the same way with the sump pumps, we've had that as long as it was a single receptacle. Again, we felt that, a sump pump to nuisance trip, during a time when you needed it, when there was a flood or something, that it outweighed having it on the GFI, for that reason, for the damage that the water could cause and the reason that it was there. So, but again, that's something that's been in place in Oregon for a long time.
Okay. So we want to continue with that one, it sounds like. Excuse me. We didn't do it in 422. Oh, we deleted it. Okay. That's Oregon. Okay. And sewage. Organized. Okay, so we have multiple things here. We previously had deleted 7 and also in the table we have an exception to 6. Receptacle of ground fault protection shall not be required for single receptacle if the receptacle is labeled. And then we deleted 7. So that's our existing amendment. Do we want to carry those forward? Any discussion about that?
I'll move to do that. We'll see what happens.
Okay, any discussion? All those in favor of carrying forward the existing amendment, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Okay, so now what about What about the other equipment that was added by panel 2 to,
We dealt with that.
we already dealt with that? Well, we deleted it, but we said we would consider whether we wanted to move any of these. That's what we said at the time. But we didn't take action. Anybody think we ought to move some of those over? Those items in 210, 10.10D, 210. Okay, anybody want to make a motion to do any of that? Okay, hearing none, then is there anything else that we need to do with 422.5? Okay. No other changes that we need to. Okay. Moving right along then. What about 422.34? We have an organ amendment that adds unit switches on ranges, ovens, and dishwashers shall not be considered disconnect required by this section, even though the section says that you can use those. So this is us being more restrictive than the model code. Why are we doing that? Do you remember?
I think it came in when the code changed and required this disconnect, and we wanted to make sure that these didn't meet, or that the switches on the units wouldn't meet that requirement. It's been in the code as an amendment for a long time, but I don't know if it's still applicable or needs to be in here.
Anybody have anything? Why are we carrying it forward? What's the logic?
I think there's a requirement in OSHA to have a disconnect when you're servicing these types of different types of equipment. And I always thought that the Oregon Amendment said that you still need that requirement, but the on-off switch is not necessarily a switch in a range oven or dishwasher. It's more like a button or something that might or might not show indication of it being off. But I think that's why it's been carried forward. That we don't consider those to qualify as a switch, more or less a push button.
That doesn't fit the definition in the code, though, does it?
Definition of a
Well,
disconnect.
I mean, it says a unit switch with a marked off position that is part of the appliance and disconnects all ungrounded conductors shall be permitted as a disconnecting means. I know that every appliance that I've got has an electronic controller with a button on it that would not meet this requirement. Not a unit switch.
I can gain compliance with that first sentence, but I'm not sure.
You what?
I can gain compliance. I can get compliance with that first sentence.
Do you think
Doesn't
that
say
it's,
marked off.
do you think it's adequate? Does it meet the safety standard?
I always thought the extra requirement in the Oregon Amendment was to further explain or detail that ranges, ovens, and dishwashers didn't have that as a disconnect. Make it explicit.
I think that's the way I remember it too.
That you're confident that there are no ranges, ovens, or dishwashers manufactured that have that unit switch on them? We haven't seen anything like that in years, but
Myself either.
might be obsolete anyway. Okay. It might make it hard to comply with because people might think that the little membrane switch on the controller is actually a unit switch, but none of my appliances have a marked off position. You know, it's just toggle switch. We still need this?
Well, based upon the section 42234, I don't think it's needed because it's considered the disconnect if it unless
Any
it
other information?
disconnects all the ungrounded conductors.
Yeah,
To me, it seems redundant that it's in there.
I just don't think they make them that way.
No, they don't.
Yeah. But if they did, what's wrong with it?
Yeah.
Okay. Sounds like we're sort of headed in the direction of rescinding this, so that'll be the motion. The motion is to rescind the Oregon amendment to 422.34. Any discussion? All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. 424.48 is, allowing heating cables inside walls. Hard to imagine. I mean, we've been doing that, we used to do that with ceiling heat all the time. We had those special conductors that were good. Any objection to this section? Hearing none, all those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, then we go to 428.93C, which is anything in walls. Any discussion? All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The Article 425. 22. Oh, the previous edition, there was no name for the section. It just said 425.22 and then went on from there. And file manual requires a title for the section, so it's added. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Carried. 430.1. Revised figure will be an added section for the reconditioning. Oh, no, they just moved they moved the definitions. I don't know. Yeah, reconditioning got moved where definitions were. I couldn't figure out what changed in the figure. The 30.1, but doesn't matter. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? 430.85.83F added a section providing requirements for motor controller short circuit rating. This is a new fault requirement. So, I don't know if it really is new or if it's just something that was previously required. That's a new section F. Shall not be installed where the available fault current exceeds the motor current short circuit current rating. That's probably something that everybody knew wasn't required, but it didn't say that it wasn't permitted, so an inspector couldn't turn it down. Any discussion? All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Add a requirement in 431.13 to provide a sign to shut off and also identify the circuit's multiple sources of power. Sign doesn't do any shutting off. Tells you what. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Then we go to 432.04. This is adding wire bending space and motor control enclosures over 1K, over 1 kV. Any discussion? Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? 430, part 14. Revise the tables to include 2300, 2400 volt system voltage ranges. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, go to Article 440. Revised section to add 440.8 to add restrictions on mounting mini split air conditioning units within bathtub and shower spaces.
Seen it.
I think that was already prohibited.
I think so.
Wouldn't you have thought that was already prohibited?
Unit.
Whatever.
Soaking
Okay, all
tubs.
those in favor say aye.
On the wall over the soaking
Opposed?
tub.
440.11. Has added a section to provide to protect unqualified persons. Wasn't sure how these changes did that, other than that the nameplate be accessible. Oh, seems like an okay change, but not sure how the description describes that. Those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Carries. Okay, 445.6. We removed the requirement for listing of generators. And I wasn't sure why we did that. This is for stationary generators.
It's in the statute that it's not required, that generating equipment is not required to be listed.
Okay, that's a good reason. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Carries. 450.2. Added a section on interconnection of transformers. I don't know what they're talking about. Like, couldn't draw an opinion on interconnection of transformers.
Chair, did we, line 280?
86. Which one?
45.18.
Sorry. It's not. No, you skipped it. $286. 386? 286.
There's 45.
Oh, I thought I was there. Okay.
Yeah, you thought you were there, but you skipped a couple of lines.
Okay, so we got to do 485. Revised list items 1 and 3 and added list item 2 requiring equipment to a generator assembly cannot conceal and obscure the nameplate. We already did 440.11. 450. Oh, that was 440.11. Okay.
I believe we need to reach 945, 36, 45.11.
Okay. We did 445. We did 283, which is 440. Oh, this is 445. 11. Okay, fine. That's what I was looking. Okay. Well, any comments on 445.11? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. Then we have an Oregon amendment, 445.18. Is that the one that? Emergency shutdown in 1 and 2 family dwellings not adopted in Oregon.
I believe this one was determined to be a manufacturer requirement to put the disconnect on the generator.
What? C now. Oh, okay, it's now section C. It's 445.19 now.
19,
So it's got a. There's a whole section on 1 and 2 family dwellings now. I think the way they've rewritten C, that you're talking about, yeah,
Section.
yeah, 445.19C is probably meets what we want. If it's on the unit, I think they have to have a disconnect. In the portable ones do. If it's inside a building, which would be really unusual, we'd have to have a remote.
Qualified people. Readily accessible if it's behind a locked door. It's still considered.
What about the homeowner?
What about the firefighter? Like Generac, they do come with a disconnect in them, but usually the homeowner covers someone who didn't spill the battery or
Mr. Chair?
Yeah.
I can't really hear what you guys are saying, but are we looking at the requirement for emergency shutdown on 1 and 2 family dwellings? Or are we talking about the e-stop on the side of the generator for the prime mover?
We're talking about the e-stop on the generator, which is an emergency shutdown when installed in a 1 and 2 family dwelling.
I thought our amendment to 445.18 was for the emergency disconnect for 1 and 2 family dwellings that we didn't adopt last code cycle because we didn't adopt the emergency disconnect for the utility on the outside of the 1 and 2 family dwellings. And now that's moved to 445.19C. Is that what you guys are talking about?
correct. We would potentially not adopt.
So basically, there's no required way to. That's it. Okay, so we want to continue to not adopt this section, or we could take out readily and just say it's accessible. And then I don't know if we need to have a special sign put on the thing either. No. Or we could just not include this. We have no requirement. Well, we have the general requirement for how to shut it down. But it would have to be part of the generator. To be equipped with visions. You do that sort of thing.
That's because it's the same spot, you're not gonna, or unless it's been recommended to fit the move it.
Other manufacturers. It's accessible means it can be behind a lock.
Yeah, accessible just means it can be shut off.
I mean, if something is accessible, it can be behind a lock. Okay.
It will be operating more.
Okay, so if we deleted the word readily, that would show that problem. And then the second, mounted on the exterior. You're saying it's not typically on the exterior. Inside the whole section, where mine is. The commercial ones, you have to have it on the exterior. It's great because the homeless people like to walk by and shut it off.
Yes.
What do you want to do? What do you suggest? Take it out?
This is the manufacturer, doesn't it? I agree with taking out the second sentence.
Taking out the second sentence of the second paragraph?
Second paragraph, thank you.
But leave the first sentence in?
Yeah, just take out readily on the first paragraph, and then from the remote start on, take that whole section out.
I'm not following you.
The remote emergency stop switch shall be permitted to be mounted on the exterior of the generator enclosure. We remove that. Because otherwise it's going to kind of conflict with the other, isn't it? Or we're talking about.
Maybe is there anything in the second paragraph that we want to keep?
We want to keep it. Same.
Is there anything in the second paragraph that we want to keep? I think so. Not with the way we're thinking we want this. The first sentence has got a problem because it has to be out in the exterior of the generator. That doesn't work. I think we need a sign. Maybe we do.
Nathan, just to be clear, which paragraph are we in? A, B, or C?
We're in C.
Okay.
The labeling sign.
Buy you guys a cup of coffee or something. Come on.
First sentence.
Oh yeah, that's a good point. The first that whole section is permissive. It's not required. Shall be permitted. So we can leave that whole sentence and just take out the readily and solve our problem. There's not a requirement that it has to be on the exterior. It shall be permitted.
Talking about C, it says shall be located.
Shall isn't permissive.
Shall be located. No.
Oh, he's talking about the next paragraph.
The
It's
first
mounted on the exterior.
And then the second, okay, next one down. Second paragraph, okay.
I think that's a little bit confusing though,
It is,
because it's not what the code panel was contemplating. I think they were thinking that it could be remote, or it could be on the exterior of the enclosure, not, or inside the enclosure. I think if you leave that in there, you're gonna have confusion. So I propose that we delete readily in the first paragraph, in the second sentence, and then we delete the second paragraph. And we still have a shutdown requirement for 1 and 2 family dwelling.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
when we delete the second paragraph in whole, that second sentence actually helps us out a little bit. That shutdown device shall be marked as generator emergency shutdown. The label shall meet the requirements of 11021B. More or less the market requirements for outdoors.
Environment, yeah.
That means if you buy a generator from Home Depot or someplace, you're gonna have to come up with a separate sign. I mean,
No
because
code requirement there. There's no code requirement there for that. If you delete the second paragraph.
yeah, I mean, I know that my generator doesn't have any sign on it at all. It just, you open up the cover and there's a circuit breaker in there, and that's how you shut it off. So I would have to fashion a new sign for it. I'm assuming that most people would, if they got to the generator, probably got there. They need more guidance after that.
And we're talking for 1 and 2 family, not a commercial.
Yeah, yeah. Well, commercial, it's got to be exterior. It's by fire code, it does anyway. If it's an emergency generator.
Our generator's got a switch that's on, off, and manual, right? So it's got the breaker that turns off the power source. Start and stop the generator. It's just got a switch that says on, manual, and off. It's labeled, but it's not labeled emergency off, labeled off.
And that feature is all electronic. Just a little buttons and it says that.
The only thing I'm saying is hopefully that the person knows that when the generator is running, they also know how to shut it off without the use of a label. I'm okay. I'm just
I mean,
throwing out that second paragraph. We throw out that label.
common sense, you're probably shutting off because you want to get rid of the power source, right? So the first thing you're going to really do is turn off the breaker versus shut the generator off. The breaker's right there and labeled also.
In emergency, I would think most homeowners, we run around with their hair on fire. So
Yeah.
Yeah.
not really paying attention to what's going on.
Yeah.
There's some of that too.
Okay, well, there's the motion. See if it passes. Doesn't have to pass it. We're going to shut down, delete the word readily accessible, and delete the second paragraph. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? So you got that, Laura?
Yes.
So we modified it and okay, I think you're right. Okay, now we're in 450. And we have 450.2, which is the interconnection of transformers, and that's the one that I said, I don't know what they're talking about.
They're trying to get rid of lists.
Of lists?
No, I was looking above it.
I don't know what it means to interconnect transformers, but I'm sure people do it, so. I read that section over and over again, trying to envision what they were talking about. Maybe the handbook will have.
This was my panel. We cleaned it up for style. Got rid of all those exceptions. I think our 450.2, the definition moved to definitions. So that got pulled out, and then we cleaned up all those exceptions and just made them in list form
Yeah.
for style.
But what is an interconnection of transformers?
450.2
Yeah,
was a definition, so it went away.
yeah.
And then the 450, I'm looking at 450.1. Remember what did there.
Something to do with multiple transformers creating
Wouldn't that be like taking 3 transformers and, and building a Y? Or I guess it'd be a delta, the old delta where we had, where you'd have an open delta where they'd have to do it with 2 transformers.
Correct.
So because you have 3, there's provisions in this section that wouldn't allow you to comply. You're making 3 to make 1.
I think I'm just reading the panel statement on the second revision, and a little bit convoluted, but I think that what happened is there was a definition, but it didn't really fit the rules for the definition, so they turned it into a requirement.
Yes.
But
Yeah, we spent some time on that, and I don't remember exactly how this came about.
yeah, okay, so all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? And we have 450.43. We have an amendment. Remove the requirement. Oh, this is the door lock thing where we get rid of listed. The panic hardware.
Aye.
Opposed? And then the next one is in passengers 480, and it's the same thing. The door lock, the door hardware. Stand by that. So it is 480.1. It's 480.1 and E. Yeah. Yeah. The same listed file hardware, but the section in the matrix 10E. 480.10E. Item 289. Okay. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay. Then we get to 490.49.
495.
Now 495. It's already. Must be over 1,000 volts. But it might not be 449 now. We're letting the signing supervisor evaluate. Yeah, but I think it's
495 needs a secret.
language added to it. 490, yeah, but it's now in 495, I think.
All right, that's what I said, 495.49 needs that.
495.49.
Yes.
Oh, okay, there it is. Okay.
model code's much shorter, like we take it from last.
It's now 4:30. Yeah. So it's the same thing we have, we're just in the wrong section. Okay, all those in favor of carrying this forward, or what's now 495.49?
Real quick,
Yeah.
are we gonna match the verbiage in the model code on that and just add our class, because it's a lot. Just on our sheet here, it's got like the 2020 verbiage.
Oh, yes. Yes, it's it's the 2023 language, yeah.
So to be clear, the OESC, we're going to change it from 490 to 495. And we're going to use model code language and add our supervisor language to it and call it good.
Perfect.
This model code is not
Yeah. I just, when I was looking at this, I was a little bit uneasy about it. This is our general rule, but this is over 1,000 volts.
I'm good with I'm good with leaving it just the model code.
I just, supervising electrician ought to be evaluating whether a 1,000 volt switchgear, medium voltage switchgear, properly reconditioned. So that's really what we've been doing until OESC language.
I wouldn't, but we grab one.
You specialize in this,
When you specialize in it, yeah,
we take it on.
Okay, all those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Carries. Okay, and then we have the 495.2, which is the requirement, which says that it can't be reconditioned. If you did recondition it, then the supervisor would do it. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And then we go to 495.48A. And that's just revised the list item 12 to align with the title of Article 242 of an editorial thing. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Then we have 495.49, which we just talked about. So, okay, we already did that. Okay, now we move to Chapter 5. So 500.6C added just added five, I don't know, it says that it added fibers, but I couldn't see where it did that. But what it, I don't know, I couldn't figure out what it referred to. The C doesn't have any change in it at all. Let's see. The only real thing I saw was in B2, where they said coal, carbon, black, nothing. For examples of carbonaceous tests, it should be an informational note. So I didn't know what to do with this one because I couldn't figure out what it was. It's item 294.
There's no action.
Unless I'm missing it and it's in here somewhere.
I'm not seeing a highlighted section.
So I guess we'll say no action.
What I mean,
With you? You want to find it?
Is it 500.5? There's a new section there. It's all in gray.
Oh, yeah.
So-
100.5 C D. It's 500.1.
D.
1 and 2. Yeah,
There it is, combustible pilings and pilings.
Yeah.
It's mislabeled on the matrix.
yeah. Oh, on the document. I mean, you know,
Matrix.
yeah.
Oh, okay.
So it's 500.5 B, you want to just call it B, I guess. Looks like it just got reorganized. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, now we have this 500.7 P where they've added this protection by impedance heating and resistance trace heating. It's highly technical stuff. Does anybody know what this is?
Oh, not. Well, this panel's got the record for making it all the way to you. Huh?
What's that?
So this panel's should have the record for making it all the way to you.
Yeah, right. Right section. All those in favor of E, the resistance trace heating, and Q, the impedance heating, say aye.
Aye.
That was 2 items. Then we have enclosed brake protection, non-sparking protection, and sealed protection. Those in favor of all of those? Aye. And then we get to, we get to 500.8, and we have an Oregon amendment. And
479760 certification.
wait, what, 479?
Well, it references 479760, which has to do with,
Yeah.
certification of a product.
Exactly.
Yeah.
500 feet now is different.
What?
500. Suitable. Yeah, sorry.
I had a little problem with the, just the language that we've got with the amendment. It's not a sentence. So, maybe suitability of identified equipment shall be determined in accordance with OR 479760. That's an actual real requirement. It's just what we got now isn't a sentence, so. I mean, it kind of is, but.
I haven't had any questions or anything on it, so they've understood what it meant.
I wouldn't think so. It's just,
Yeah. Cleaning it up.
yeah. Want to clean it up or leave it as is?
I think clean it up over here.
Okay, did you get it? Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, 501, 135B4. So added luminaires to. Oh, those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, now we go to 501, 141. Added a section for flexible cables. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? 501, 145. Advised to add a listing requirement for attachment. There's locations to be listed, so any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, the next one, 50210B. couldn't figure out what they were getting at. The 210B. Include supplemental corrosion protection fittings. Add text item 3. I guess I wasn't sure what conduit system with a supplemental corrosion protection coating is, but you see any enforcement issues with that? 50210B 1, 2. This added language. I just thought this section was confusing the way it's written. So RMC or IMC with listed thread or threadless fittings, including conduit systems, supplemental protection coating.
About Rob Roy conduit?
Okay.
Not very well written, but I guess it'll work. Any discussion? All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
505.8. Oh, 5.80. There's more of that impedance and other this OP and Q under 505.8. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That was 3 items, Laura. Okay. 505.16C2. Adds enforceable requirements for ceiling cables and revised text for consistency. Anybody want to discuss that one? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Carries. 505.20C. Number 520C adds confused here because it's not on the previous, oh, there it is, okay. Adds exception 5 and 6 using language, list items 4 and 5. We just moving things around. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? And we've got sections for pressurized rooms and special protection. Any discussion of that? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
511.8 is revises former exception into positive language, added requirement of threaded to RMC and IMC, and corrected a change in the classification term. That's I just skipped one. So
We're on a roll, Mr. Chair. I put it interesting, but you're on a roll.
312 is we added new other articles section to table 511.2. All those in favor?
Aye.
And then 511.8 is the change to the exception, et cetera. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
512. Created a new article 512 on cannabis oil systems. So this is a whole new article. We didn't feel really qualified to evaluate it. But I guess the panel is. You know, a bunch of those down there in blue jeans, huh? you look at this section. Better. Okay, does anybody want to make any comments on Article 512? Hearing none, all those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay, then 513.2, 514.2, 515.2, 516.2, added other articles sections to the new table. Add something to a new table. Oh, and a new table. So these are just structural changes. We're referring to just tying together all of the classified locations requirements.
Style manual changes.
That's style manual.
I think so, yeah.
Okay, so we'll do items 3, 15, 16, 17, and 18 as one motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Mr. Chair, with the next line item, I just want to point out to everyone, we are exactly halfway through the code book.
We're halfway through the code book
Yes,
by pages.
by pages.
And we're more than halfway through the matrix.
No, the matrix isn't, is it complete yet? It is complete now? Okay. Yeah, we're more than halfway there.
Just ripping and tearing here. Gonna catch up with how far I got. We got
They messed up.
page 18. Okay, so we are now on 517. That's 6. Added a section for patient care related electrical equipment. That's a reconditioning. You can't recondition patient care equipment. That's a problem. Any discussion?
Exactly.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Carries. So weird, you know, like, the healthcare facility starts here. Got all these figures that relate to
Doesn't make sense.
this article.
No.
Okay,
We're gonna amendment.
we're gonna amendment to 517.10D. This is where we added some things that they had left out. But I think that they still make sure our amendment is correlates with where.
Chair, it looks like they've added pharmacies now in this cycle, which is probably okay, and I think we still need to keep our listings in there to add clarity for the inspectors.
Yeah. Okay,
This, when we, through the chair, when we came up with this, it made, I used to get a lot of calls on this, and this made a real big difference. So I don't get many calls anymore, so it was very successful what we did. So, yeah.
okay.
On our matrix, can we change that to B rather than D? 10B, right? As in boy.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Yep. That's just a typo, I think. Okay. Got that? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Now we have 517.13A. Another one. Oh, this is our amendment where we allow PVC conduit on the underground, under concrete in dental clinics.
To the chair. Yeah.
Anybody want to say something?
Oh, that's
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, 517.14 adds an exception for a way to terminate these grounding conductors. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
And we have our amendment to 517.17D. This is for ground fault protection of equipment testing. Pretty good luck with this. Doesn't
Yeah. No.
Mhm. Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? 517.22. This added demand factors for users. Allows demand factors on receptacles in hospitals for the first time. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Now we go to 518. And these are, this is an assembly. We added, it says that we added, revised the list of assembly occupancies to add casinos and gaming facilities. Yeah.
So, here, I don't know if the state wants to know this, division 51722 will add savings.
517.22, oh, could say that.
It's substantial money, smaller services.
Um, So adding casinos and gaming facilities to places of assembly. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? They still have to have an occupancy of 100 or more, right? To be a place of assembly. It has to be an AR.
Yes.
I don't understand why they're just like things that it could be, but any occupant load over 100, if it's an AR. Right. Okay. 518. 6. Other doctors and more. Elimination of switchboards and stuff outside. It can't be automatically controlled. Why did we think that we didn't have elimination outside? Remember?
Yeah, I was trying to, there was concern with complying with this. Most of these outside panel boards and that, be under a light from the building or something, or a pole. And I think this thing required a specific type of light. Automatic means not permitted, additional lighting outlets not required, or the workspace is eliminated by adjacent light source. Yeah, I just remember that we had quite a bit of discussion on it. I think we felt it really wasn't something that we would be easy to enforce.
Yeah. I remember that we were thinking if it was service equipment, I didn't have any power anyway.
Yeah.
For lighting. Okay, do we want to carry this forward? Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? And now we'll go to Article 520. This is another one I couldn't figure out what they were trying to talk about. So, it's 520.53. I guess I didn't understand the description of the item. Advised to differentiate between general purpose switchboards and portable stage switch. Didn't seem like that. This has anything to do with that. There's not much change here. We have a different section. I just wasn't sure what we're approving if we approve this. Didn't see any changes in that section. So maybe we just take no action. Hi, speaking to me?
Oh, highlighting the new.
This whole section is on portable stage portable switchboards. Don't see any, yeah. Okay, let's just take no action on this one then. I don't know what it is, so how can we take action? 52068D says section for special purpose multi-circuit cable systems. Okay. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Number 530. It was revised and restructured. Quite a bit of change. I kind of perused it, but I didn't really try to do a side-by-side comparison to see if anything got, anything got changed that was significant. Anybody have any questions or comments on this? Okay, I guess all those in favor of the restructuring of 530 say aye. Aye. Opposed? Okay, then we go to 547. Agricultural buildings. So 547.28/25. 540, let's see, I should look at the new one. 547.27 is revised to require an insulated equipment grounding conductor if it is separate and not part of a cable assembly. Okay. Reasonable enough. Any discussion? Oh. This isn't really a change. I think what I included, but we can still vote on it, I guess. All those in favor, say aye. Aye. Okay. 547 let's see, 54728 advises list item 1 replacing having with required. Okay. All those in favor, this is a change to list item 1 in 54728. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? And then now we have our Oregon amendment to 547.28, ground fault circuit protector interruption, protection. And we exempt single receptacle supplying a dedicated load marked not GFCI protected has to be located within 3 feet of a GFCI protected within 3 feet of it.
Through the chair,
Yes.
this was actually the code allowed this several codes back, and we just carried it through when it was eliminated. The idea was to provide a single receptacle that was not protected by GFI for a fence charge or something like that, to eliminate, any kind of nuisance trip issue.
Okay, all those in favor? Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Okay, then we go to 547, or now 44A, which is where we kind of rewrote the requirement for equipotential planes. Has this solved the problems that we have with this, Keith?
Yes, it has. It used to be a big issue, and it seems like it went away. So yeah, I assume this is what fixed that. So yeah.
Yeah, it's, I'm talking to myself. It's 554 now.
Exception that we wrote is not a sentence. Further, it means that an equipotential plane is not required. Any discussion? Okay. Okay, all those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Can we just add to the end of that, that exception, an equipotential plane shall not be required? Because it's not really a sentence, so it doesn't fit the element. Do it right. Where the system is designed by an engineer as defined, and electrical equipment is isolated and not accessible by the non-electrical equipment is not likely to energize. An equipotential plane shall not be required. Yeah. Only some idiot like me would. Okay, 555. 550.33. That's a section for feeder equipment to address disconnecting means renumbered form of 550.33A to B. I've got a big question mark next to this. I couldn't figure out what to do again. This is just a bunch of relocated stuff, but
computer equipment's new.
Yeah, but is the requirement new or did it just get? Okay.
Looks like they combined A and B. They got rid of the term mobile home and manufactured home. They just blended it all together.
Yeah. Okay, any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? 551, 3. Electrical data plane distances. So this is a new thing that they've introduced in this cycle. Yeah, this causes a lot of confusion.
Yep.
We're going to determine what the datum plane is. We'll build something or inspect it. Got to do it, but the idea is that we could have flooding and stuff, and so now we need to make sure this equipment is above the flood line. Any discussion? All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Then we get to 55130A. Devised to require connection of electrical system from a generator to be capable of providing in effect non-fault current path when operational. Don't know to what extent this is going to be a problem for sectors, but you know, we've had this in panel 5 for years. Most of the portable generators don't provide an effective ground fault current path, and so there have been fights forever in panel 5 to try to have that requirement, but none of the generator manufacturers say they can do it. And so if someone uses a typical portable generator in a recreational vehicle, they won't be able to comply with this.
I'm not sure that we enforce this.
I don't know if we'd ever see it.
This looks like a manufacturer's requirement. There's one that's mounted in the RV
Yeah.
or the construction
And if it
process.
wasn't, if the owner did it, it's outside the scope of our, but anyway, so.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's irrelevant. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? 55140D, reverse polarity device, that's all manufacturing stuff, so outside the scope of our code, really. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Carries. Now 71, that is, isn't that in the park section? Yeah, that's in the vehicle. This is in our scope. And we've added, 71B, we added weather resistant bugs.
Do we know if they're available? It looks like they've delayed 50s because they knew they weren't available. Do we know if the 30s are available?
I don't know. Do you want to look, or do you want to table it?
Yeah, it's not gonna come up to the next code.
Hopefully the pedestal people get wind of this because they're making, you know, they ship them to us when the receptacle's already in them.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm sure they're on the path.
Those aren't being made until January.
You gonna look it up?
Yeah.
Huh?
And I'm gonna look up the 30s.
Okay, I'm gonna take a potty break. What do we want to, You want to delete the words weather resistant from B then?
E and C.
Yes.
Yeah, we're doing them one at a time, but yeah. But we can say B and C, and then we would delete the last sentence of C since we're not having a requirement at all. Okay, so for the first one, for B, 55171B, we propose to delete the new words weather resistant. New words, yeah, those ugly new words. And then for C, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed. And then for C, we delete those bad words, and we also delete the last sentence that says that they're not going to get effective because we're not doing them. All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay. We just did it. We got rid of weather resistant in both of them.
Hey, Mr. Chair, Nathan,
Sorry.
so
Go ahead.
this is Russ. Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, since we're on that, when you were on break, I was looking at 406.9 for damp locations. And it looks like they changed that as well and got rid of the 15 and 20 amp and said all 125 and 250 non-locking receptacles shall be weather resistant.
Oh. Oh, and what did it say in the previous cycle?
It said all 15 and 20 amp, 125, 250 volt. Now it just says
Oh,
all 125 and 250 volt non-locking.
good catch, Russ. Huh, that isn't highlight. Well, I guess it is highlight.
So if we're not going to require it here, I think for consistency, we ought to take another look at that.
But it wasn't the voltage is okay, it's just the current.
Say again?
The voltage is okay, just the amperage rating.
Right.
Okay. Well, why don't we took action on 406.9, so why don't we reopen it? All those in favor?
Aye.
We didn't catch that. That's great. That's good one. Oh, it is there. We said it was not applicable. Oh, 6.9A said revised to require WR ratings for other receptacles, and we said it was not applicable and didn't take action on it. Is that what you have? Item 238?
Yeah. No action is, we thought it had to do with hinge covers. Must be not 9A, must be something else. What is it?
What do you have? Yeah, we were wrong. I don't know what we thought. We thought that nothing really changed in there. We weren't as sharp as Russ. So, okay, so now what we want to do is revert to the previous cycle on the, just on the requirement for the listing as weather resistant. Yeah, what it said before was all 15 and 20 ampere, and then everything else is the same, so.
Right before you.
I'm confused. What are we doing?
We are going to amend first 406.9A in the third paragraph, second sentence. Between all and 125, we're going to add 15 hyphen and 20 hyphen ampere to reinstate what was in the previous edition. Want to show it to us? Make sure you got it right. It's just, I think I just repeated what it said before.
Wonder why they didn't do that for wet location.
They didn't do it for wet location.
No. Didn't do it, they did it for damp, but not for wet. That doesn't make any sense at all. Be the opposite, right?
Yeah, right. You're in the wrong section there.
I think it's because in B for wet locations, they changed number 2 to include all other receptacles.
Mr. Chair, on the bottom of B1, after the exception, it does have a statement there. All 15 and 20 amp, 125, 250 volt non-locking type receptacle shall be listed so identified as weather resistant, WR.
But in B2, it says all other receptacles shall be listed weather resistant type.
I agree with that.
Is that what you were just saying?
It's up in B1,
Yeah.
at the bottom of the exception, there's more general language there.
For 15 and 20 amp.
Correct.
We're talking about more than 15 or 20 amp.
Correct. As it's shown in 406.9A, it doesn't have the 15 and 20 amp there.
Right.
Right.
Yeah. So for damp locations, I don't know why they've got them separated either, but. But do we want to change it in B also? Is it not available? That's not even. But we took action on B. We'll have to reopen that. Okay, so this line 238, we're going to modify that. I think we have to give Laura a chance to catch up with us. We can check the table 1E when we see it when she gets done. So we're modifying that to limit it to 15 to 20 amp only on damp locations for the WR requirement. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
You have that?
Aye.
Okay.
So do the 250 volt come in WR right now? Can we get the 250 volt in WR?
15 and 20 amp, 250 volt?
Yeah, can we get a 15 or 20 amp 250 volt in WR?
I don't know. We had it, it was in the code cycle before. That was already in. We're looking for this.
Yeah. I'm just wondering if we can even get them and no one's really caught that we're not doing that.
Okay. I don't know that. Well, I think that we need to, what we need to do is these two items, 506.9A and B, we need to reconsider them at the next meeting, take some time and maybe
Research.
you want to do some research and find out what's available, you know, not just online, but maybe call the distributors or something. And then we'll take this up and figure it out. Okay, so we'll go back to where we were, wherever that was. Which was. We got down this rabbit trail because of the RV parks. Because of Russ's sharp eye. We did modify 551.71 B and C to drop the weather resistant. Now we're on 551.77. And 551.77 adds a listing requirement to IV site supply equipment. And so that means that you can't just go buy a disconnect that we listed as RV site equipment. Everybody think that's a good idea?
It sounds restrictive.
Sounds like, yeah. I mean, probably in most cases, you're gonna buy an RV pedestal and it is listed as an RV pedestal. But they just love to put these listing requirements in there so that, competition out. Well, if you want to amend it, we could just say RV site supply equipment shall comply with 550 with A through F and just take out the requirement for listing. Or we can leave it alone. To hear a motion.
I'm still contemplating ramifications of this.
Probably got limited ramifications, but
Does this limit you from putting in a 4-circuit panel, just running power to a 4-circuit panel and?
That's the way I would read it.
I would.
We just took out the, you said recreational vehicles, supply equipment shall be listed and shall comply with 551.77 A through F, and just take out the listed for recreational. We still want it listed equipment. We're just not specifying that it's listed for recreational vehicles.
Give some more leeway for product availability.
well, the thing is that these requirements for listing in most cases in Oregon are sort of redundant because by statute, everything has to be listed anyway. And the problem I have with the solution you just proposed is that it could be interpreted to mean it's listed as recreational site equipment. You know, just like when we were talking about the horticultural lighting, you know, it doesn't have, it says it must be listed. And the inspector reading that couldn't be listed as that.
Gotcha.
What I'm wondering is if we take out the requirement for listing and we just say it has to comply with A through F, we ought to take a good look at A through F and make sure we don't have any issues with it. And one of the things that happened there is this mounting height thing where it incorporates this new datum plane. That's the other half of the thing that we just did. And we need to consider whether we like that idea or not. And I'm envisioning a RV park put in the lowlands somewhere where it routinely floods, and they're saying, put this stuff above that level.
They're through the chair. They're really common to put these RV parks, in the low level, exactly like what you're saying. And we have had to watch, make sure that they put the service equipment, above that water level, because there's one out of Highway 22. Yeah.
This gives you some code language to look at. So.
And what part of the equipment's got to be above that? The terminations at the bottom of the pedestal?
The site supply equipment. Unless platform provisions are made. Right, if you're going to speak to the committee, you got to come up here so people can hear us. Turn on the mic, say your name for the record.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, we had this situation down in Brookings where they had built the entire RV park below the floodplain. And so they had this wonderful polymer type unit, and everything, all the connections from the power company, even the transformers had to be raised, but they had to terminate above that floodplain. For all the terminations were on the inside of the housing. So it was, and they wanted them to be able to, if we really have a really big flood, they want to be able to go out there, flip a switch, and grab the units and hike away with them because they didn't want them to be submerged. So it was a mess. So I left.
Yeah, I just did a park, and this would be a mess there. Our terminations are at grade, and grade is the floodplain.
From the FEMA regulations, it actually has level underneath. It shows that it's like 18, the bottom of the water, or bottom of the flood. Yeah, floodplain level, and yeah.
2 feet here. Probably trying to get those FEMA regulations into the code.
Yeah.
Oh, doing-
That's where, Plains Department.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I read this and I thought, oh boy, here's another rule that, you know, is it a good rule or a bad rule? So, well, I think we've decided that we don't like requiring the equipment to be listed as RV site equipment. So we want to take the charging paragraph and we want to just say that recreational vehicle site supply equipment shall comply with A through F. Delete the intervening words. Okay. So we're just writing all kinds of new amendments here.
Can you repeat what we did? We're on line 340, right?
Line 340. We haven't voted on this yet.
What the motion is now.
Recreational vehicle site supply equipment shall comply with 551.77A through F. Delete the words about listing.
How much of an issue is D going to be then?
Well, we're not voting on D.
Oh, you said A to F, so.
Well, we can amend it.
Okay, we'll amend.
We got to do one at a time somehow. I will anyway. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, so that's done. Now we're on D. We got the datum plane, and we could go back and look at thought 3, I think it was, which established the datum plane and revisit it because we knew that when we did that, we were going to be talking about it again when we found out it was used. And this happens again in the mobile home parks. So, the datum plane is determined by the normal high water level and encompasses the areas subject to tidal movement and areas in which water level is affected by conditions such as climate, rain or snowfall, or human intervention, the opening and closing of dams. This does not consider extremes due to natural. It's kind of normal, assuming the climate doesn't change. And now the next calculation. So that's how it's used. So do we want to? D says that the equipment shall be located not less than 2 feet above the datum plane and no more than 6.6 feet 6 inches above the datum plane unless a platform provisions are made to reach critical circuit. No more than above that platform.
So, Nathan, through the chair, I know that FEMA, you know, when I've worked at building departments, they regulate all of this and they watch it. Is this going to cause, you know, a conflict with the NEC trying to regulate the same thing that FEMA already regulates, you know, for the departments?
Unless it's just to correlate with it.
Now, if it was the same, it wouldn't be a problem, but I don't know if it is.
I might have.
Okay, well, why don't you review that and we'll table this and bring it back and make sure they're correlating. And I think that this happens again in I saw it twice when I was going through this. It might be in mobile home parks too, although I haven't seen it.
The datum plane thing?
Yeah.
I think it's in open bodies of water.
Well, I mean, it is, yeah, but I mean, I think that this, I thought I saw this twice when I was going through this, but I'm not starting it right. But it certainly happens here.
You could have an instance where you could have a river valley with a grade up here, but at some point it goes down and you could have an RV park here, but the datum plane's actually up here.
Yeah.
And that's where FEMA will look at the 100-year flood,
Yeah.
100-year floodplain.
Right.
This is where you're.
Right. But this wouldn't give allowances for that, right?
No, they're saying we don't want you building stuff in the floodplain.
Unless there's something historic.
Yeah. Because then they end up buying flood insurance and flood insurance. I don't know if you've bought flood insurance lately, but it like this year. And that's just the beginning. What? I agree that the standards need to correlate, but I think personally, I would support the standard because I think building in those situations, you have to take into account the water. Okay, so we're going to table a moment. Okay, oh, here it is. It's 555.3. It's the very next item. Yeah. Yeah, which is mobile home park, right? Well, that's marinas and boat yards. They're the same thing, the datum plane in marinas and boat yards, but they're it's a little bit more, got 3 subsections. But it's the same issue. Don't be building it down below water level. I think in marinas and boat yards, they already figured that out. Any discussion of 555.3? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? And then 555.4 is revised to add service equipment location to the adjacent construction, the height to be measured from the datum plane and to correlate with 682. Okay. It's okay to me. Anybody have any comments or concerns with that one? All those in favor say aye. This is probably also has the same fee notifications. And then 555.14 is they're requiring an equipotential plane to mitigate step and touch voltages at electrical equipment. Parts specified in this section shall be bonded together to the electrical grounding system not less than 3. This is a new requirement for equipotential plane, I think. I don't think this was in here before. This is over 250 volts to ground, so this will be 480 volt equipment within 10 feet of the water. Anybody have a concern with this equipotential plane requirement? Doesn't exactly tell you how to build it. It says to bond things together in the area. It's really not an equipotential plane, normal sense of the word. We're just bonding things together with number 8 like we would in a swimming pool.
Mm-hmm.
Just all metallic enclosures and controls that are likely to become energized and accessible to personnel shall encompass the area around the equipment and shall extend from the area directly below the equipment, not less than 36 inches in all directions. That's not very onerous. It's easy to do. Put it together. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay, 555.15 is a replacement of equipment requirement. Modifications or replacements paid will be required to comply with the requirements of the code. The installation shall require an inspection of the equipment. Equipment is damaged. The identified, documented, and repaired qualified person with which it was originally installed. We already have that in our standard. So, did you see that as a problem, Keith? 555.15?
No.
A good thing. We're fishing quite a bit, and some of the docks and stuff you see are pretty shady.
Yeah. Okay, is that a motion? Okay, we have a motion to adopt 555.15. Those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? $555.34A. Remove temporary wiring from section requiring insulated equipment grounded conductor for hard usage for locators. Okay. Anybody have any on that one? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Carries. 555.34B4 adds IMC as a method of protecting protection from physical damage. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? 35A, revised to require listed GFPE protection for feeders installed on docking facility. This might be a problem. The feeders, branch circuits, outlets other than shore power, boat hoists, seepage current measurement device. Might be okay for a new installation, but I don't know about existing installation. What do you think about this, Keith? Have you looked at it?
I have not. I was actually rereading the one we just passed and having some second thoughts about it.
Want to reopen it? Which one, the IMC or the equipotential plane?
The replacement of equipment. We actually ran into this, the dock up in Astoria, and there was a push by the inspectors up there to actually shut the docks down over a repair that was caused by the utility wanting to relocate the transformer. And what happens is that if you try to put it in according to today's code with the GFI and that, it won't work. We go back to that 91805 40 something
Break it up.
as it was installed. Met code at the time, was involved. Oh, I'm sorry. It conflicts with that 918-305-40 is what allows things to be remain, and even on a repair, I've looked at it that way, that because it won't work. A lot of times the circuitry isn't designed to be, GFI protected or brought up to today's standards. So I'd like to, look this over a little bit and research it just a little bit before, I haven't really looked into what it's actually asking.
Well, why don't you come back to us on 555.15? You know what? I'm rereading it as you're talking. I didn't quite read it correctly. Thought it was saying that you just had to bring it up to the code that it was originally installed to, but that's only true if it is.
The last sentence, if it's damaged, you can do that, but not on a replacement.
Okay. So I'd like to make a motion to revisit 555.15 and then table it. Okay?
Thank you. Yeah.
That'll give us a chance to think that through a little more carefully. And the same thing with 555.35 then, A, B, and C. We'll just table those and give a chance to think it through. I'm thinking about the Astoria situation as well. Although we did have our amendment that exempted existing installations, and maybe that just carrying that forward is sufficient for both of these, if we craft it correctly.
Right.
Yeah, this feeder thing was already here. So they say it's new, but maybe they just reorganized it. Have to look at it more carefully. Okay. We're tabling all of 5535 A, B, and C. And that gets us to 38. Adds a section, general requirements and underwater luminaires. I didn't see a problem with that. That seemed like kind of consistent with other sections of the code. So, pictures have to be listed for use in their intended environment. That's more than sensible. Luminaires installed below the highest tide level or the datum plane, likely to be periodically submerged, shall be limited to those that comply with the following, and they be like swimming pool fixtures, more or less. Okay.
No, I'm back here. You're right. It wasn't new. It was number 3 before on the feeders.
Okay. We okay with 555.38? No issues? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Please. Then we have 555.53. This expanded some GFCI protection requirements. I just wasn't sure if this is consistent with what we've been doing elsewhere. 240 volt outlet requirement. I think that this is okay with based on what we've been doing. Wasn't sure.
At least when the action did today, I can get back.
Yeah. Yeah. Move to accept 555.53. We have a motion to accept 555.53. Discussion. All those in favor say aye. Okay. That is the end of 555, so we can go to 590 for installation. We have 590.4. We have a requirement for metal guards for lamps to be connected to an equipment grounding conductor if used. Yeah. And you don't see them with metal guards too much anymore, but if you did. Move to accept. Move to accept. Any discussion? Problem?
I don't see everything's pretty much went to plastic. There could be some stuff still out there, but it's probably so crappy they need to throw it away anyway.
Get back to leadership. Okay, yeah, for OSHA's probably got more at stake in this one. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, we have an item 590.8A where we have an exception. 8A. over current protective devices that have been previously installed in temporary installation. Relax. Shall be installed in no evidence.
This is a kind of a, I remember an inspecting nightmare for them to figure out how we did this to
Yeah,
temporary.
no, I agree with it. I just don't understand the words. They're installed in a temporary installation. They shall be installed and maintained with no evidence of impending failure. Has this worked?
Typically, we see temporary installations concerning a number of different things up in Portland. One of them that comes to mind is the Festival of Lights that the PIR just put on. That's a temporary installation put on by a company called Hollywood Lights, and they do temporary installations across the board. What we look for there is to make sure that the breakers fit, the overcurrent protective devices fit in the panels that they're trying to use, not try to cross, try to put a 125 amp breaker in a spot that doesn't necessarily fit. So we're trying to make it so that they're using the right type of parts and not just what's in the back of the truck and trying to get it to fit and all that type of thing. Generally, they do a pretty good job with that.
This applies to a
Use-
construction temporary too, right?
Mm-hmm.
Temporary installations in general.
Yeah.
But it
Well,
would
has this
apply
been
to
working?
construction 200 amp temporaries
Yeah.
as well.
Has this been working for everybody? Okay, let's keep going then. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, and we have 590.8B, we didn't adopt at all. Working protective devices for solid ground Y services more than 100 volts now, but not 1,000 volts. We can't limit. We didn't adopt that. This is for more than 150 volts to ground. So it's like a 480 volt temporary or something. Default current above 10K has to have current limiting. The current limiting circuit breaker.
They do have current limiting circuit breakers that they think they sell, but I don't know if I've ever seen one.
And I've seen current limiting fuses, but usually the utility is the one using them. Well, we use them on motors and stuff. Maybe that's the idea. You have to use a fuse.
Yeah.
You're probably the only one that sees 1,000 amp 40 volt services.
Occasionally we see services, a 480 volt service.
4,000.
That's a solidly Y service for a main lift or there's several cranes
Yeah.
up in the Portland area. We do plan reviews on these as well.
I mean, not so uncommon for a new building, put in a 40 volt temporary and then,
Up to 6 disconnects.
so I don't know why they think we need current limiting. But we want to continue to not adopt this.
Yeah.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. And then 357 is, they revised the text. We didn't adopt it, so we don't need to take action. Well,
Before we move on, can we revisit item 353 on the matrix? I think we need to table that in conjunction with what we're doing with, let's see, item
35.
Yeah, because it references us back to the, to that stuff we haven't changed or modified yet. I think we just need to hold off on that line item.
Okay, so we want to reopen 555.53 and table it.
Yep.
All those in favor, say aye.
I, yeah,
Item 353.
Tabling.
We're gonna just reopen it and table it. Okay, well, this is probably a reasonable place to stop. 7 minutes left. One thing I wanted to talk to you all about is all of these organ amendments that we're making. I think that we need to have a, like in the code making process, we have a panel statement whenever we change something to say why we're doing it. And, you know, we keep saying over and over again, why did we do this? And we're relying on this institutional memory that is getting foggier and repository reading. So I'd like to have when we get done with the matrix and we've completed the work that's necessary to move it forward to the electrical and elevator board, I'd like to keep us in session long enough to craft panel statements for every one of these. And, of course, it'd be great if people would do that so that we came to a meeting with proposed panel statements for every one of those, so we're not just having to start from scratch. We actually have one or more ideas about what a panel statement might be. And then I haven't talked to staff yet about how we would maintain those, whether they would be part of the, I mean, they're part of the public record, surely, but whether they would be published or just kind of kept internally, wouldn't hurt to publish them. But it would sure help us. You know, and it would also force a little more rigor into our thinking, so that when I first started thinking about this, I was thinking about imposing this now, like moving forward, like each one of these amendments that we're creating, because we created a few today. We have a panel statement, but then I thought this whole process is so delayed in terms of the adoption cycle that we don't have time to do that, because it needs to get to the elevator and electrical board for their March meeting. And there's a lot of things that have to happen between here and there, you know, internally. So I didn't want to slow that down, but I don't want to disband this group without doing that. We're just going to be in the same place again in 3 years. And we won't know how we got there. So if you guys are all willing to do that, then we could staff another meeting. So we have a lot of homework here that we kind of left hanging. Is everything got somebody that's going to do it? I know we're going to look at the WR receptacles. We're going to look at all this stuff in Article 555. Yeah. 15 and 20, 15 and 20, 30 and 50. 15 also. 15 and 20.
so I would start with it. All I got was that's 28.
Either 30 or 50, yeah. And they don't make a 20 either.
2250. Don't make it.
They have the non-locking one on the website.
WR though?
Yeah. Yeah, I just saw them. on my phone.
Well, so let's just, you guys, John's the captain of this effort. Why don't you guys talk to each other, and, you know, and you can come back with a report on 15 through 50 amp, both voltages. You know, that's more efficient. And the 551 stuff, that's what we're talking about. The 555 stuff, Keith is going to look at that
Those are the
I guess, primarily.
Yes, I'll look at it.
Yeah, and
fine dirty.
that's all that we tabled.
Not the RV.
Go back to the drawing board
That
on,
is a driveway.
on the 250.
TT 30.
So
So
inside
bring the
that,
FEMA thing, right?
I think that enclosure is a NEMA 3R, which those
Yeah.
receptacles are not.
Yeah, and don't just bring it, but read it and what are the recommendations.
So no, that's what I'm
Figure
saying.
it out.
Make it because it's inside a
Okay.
NEMA 3R.
I think we're done. Thanks.
issue.